Chapter 2540. The reason why he couldn't practice alchemy was because of the ancient sections. The ancient sects didn't even need to be mentioned, so he had to get stronger as soon as possible to protect himself and his family. Lin Yi, come with me to the office. After the morning class, Boss Bai said to Lin Yi. Okay. Lin Yi quickly returned to reality from the space of the jade pendant and nodded. Under the envious gaze of Right Coiling Tiger, Lin Yi followed Boss Bai out of the classroom and walked in the direction of his office. Lin Yi is really lucky. He has the favor of a beauty and Boss Bai to guide him in alchemy. It's really infuriating. Right Coiling Tiger muttered with some dissatisfaction. These days, Lin Yi didn't get any new information from Boss Bai, so Coiling Tiger didn't make a move. But now he couldn't sit still. After hesitating for a moment, Coiling Tiger Yu still followed. Although he was more afraid of Lin Yi, he had to pay attention to the information related to improving the level of alchemy of the Yu family. Others may not know, but Coiling Tiger Yu was very clear. Boss Bai's alchemy skills back then, even if the masters of the entire Heavenly Elixir sect were added together, it would still be difficult to catch up. So even if he was afraid, Coiling Tiger Yu still had to follow. Lin Yi was now a master of the peak of the middle phase of the Earth class. Naturally, he could easily notice that someone was following him. But after seeing that it was Coiling Tiger Yu, he didn't care. Lin Yi went to Boss Bai's office several times before, and there was not a time when Coiling Tiger Yu didn't follow him. Lin Yi was already used to it. Little Yi, how's your alchemy skills these days? Has it improved? Boss Bai asked as he walked. Still the same. I can't change the temperature and intensity of the fire. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and said, maybe I really don't have the talent for alchemy. Is your body really lacking the wood attribute? Boss Bai frowned. He was grateful to Lin Yi and admired Lin Yi's medical skills. Therefore, he wanted Lin Yi to learn more things and go further on the path of medicine. How could he go further? Conventional medical skills were certainly not very attractive to Lin Yi. Only the art of alchemy, which was a higher level of medical skills, was also helpful to cultivators. However, Lin Yi had never been able to condense the alchemic fire skillfully, which made Boss Bai feel very regretful. That's not it. I can confirm that my body has the wood attribute. Previously, Lin Yi wasn't sure if he had the wood element in his body. After all, changing the element of alchemy fire at will was an uncertain factor in Lin Yi's eyes. What if it was the art of dragon mastery? However, after practicing the wood forest 1,000 transformations, Lin Yi was sure that he had the wood element in his body. Oh. Boss Bai paused for a moment and turned to look at Lin Yi. Then he shook his head and said, it's not surprising that you can condense the fire element and wood element alchemy fire. It doesn't mean that your body has this element. Just like alchemists who don't have the water attribute can also condense and catalyze the water element alchemy fire, this is only the transformation of the chant, it doesn't mean that your body really has this type of alchemy fire. No, Mr. Bai, what I mean is that I can use both the wood and fire attribute martial arts skills. Lin Yi shook his head and thought that his guess was right. Being able to transform alchemy fire had nothing to do with one's physique. However, at this moment, he said with certainty, so my body should have both the wood and fire attributes. Ah, this. Boss Bai's expression became even worse. His expression turned even uglier. After a long while, he finally said, could it be the legendary good-for-nothing? Pft, cough cough cough. After hearing Boss Bai's words, Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In any case, his cultivation speed was considered excellent. Without a master, he was not inferior to the disciples of the hidden families or even the ancient sections. How could he be called useless? Moreover, he could also imitate and create martial arts skills. Even if he wasn't a genius, he wasn't a useless wood, right? Most importantly, when the art of dragon mastery reaches the second level, he could become an existence similar to a blacksmith, and he would be a rare genius in the world. Lin Yi, I didn't mean that. Boss Bai saw that Lin Yi was embarrassed. He hurriedly explained, actually, what I meant was that some people's physiques are not suitable for alchemy. For example, I once knew a person, how should I put it? This person's body contains many different attributes, even surpassing the ordinary fire and wood attributes. It's not just 3 attributes, but more. This person's multiple attributes form a situation where they are mutually restraining each other. Although I can't be sure if this is the case for you, your body shouldn't be suitable to become an alchemist. Oh. Isn't the more attributes the better? Why can't I become an alchemist? Lin Yi's heart slightly moved, and he asked. Actually, it's like this. An alchemist must have the 2 basic attributes of fire and wood. Fire is the body attribute necessary to condense all kinds of alchemy fire, and wood is a kind of wood's spiritual perception of the changes of the herbs in the alchemy furnace. If these 2 basic attributes have the water attribute, then it will have a restraint on the fire attribute, and water and fire are mutually exclusive. Boss Bai explained, in this way, because of the water attribute, the fire attribute will be restrained, and can't change the temperature and intensity of the alchemy fire. Ah. That's it. After hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes widened, and he finally understood. But at the same time, he was a little frustrated. Mr. Bai, you are right. I still have the water attribute in my body, because I can also activate the water martial arts skills, sure enough. Boss Bai patted Lin Yi's shoulder and looked at Lin Yi with a bit of heartache. Having too many attributes is a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. At the very least, it's a bad thing for alchemists. Because the current mantras for alchemy fire catalyzing and condensing can't change the situation. Although in theory, if there is a new mantra, this difficulty can be overcome, but there is not for the time being. There are too few examples like you. Lin Yi shrugged. Boss Bai's words were all for naught. However, if your body also has the metal attribute, you can become a blacksmith. In the world of blacksmiths, there is no such thing as mutual restriction. Boss Bai said, I can be sure of this. Oh. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Did he have the metal attribute in his body? At present, Lin Yi was also not clear, because Lin Yi had not tried to activate the metal attribute martial arts skills, but when the second level of the art of dragon mastery was completed, it was certain that he could condense the space of the jade pendant. Chapter 2549 The Campus Belle's bodyguard is free. Chapter 2541. Did that mean that he was a blacksmith? It seemed that he was even more powerful than an alchemist. Although Lin Yi wasn't very sure, Lin Yi speculated that he should have the metal element. Otherwise, the method of condensing the jade pendant wouldn't have mentioned all the other prerequisites, and that was the completion of the second level of the art of dragon mastery. In other words, those who could practice the art of dragon mastery must have the metal, wood, and fire elements in their bodies. It's nothing. I had a disciple of an old friend who had this element. He could become a blacksmith, not an alchemist. Boss Bai didn't say much, obviously unwilling to talk about the past. Lin Yi nodded and didn't ask any more. What a pity, but it's fine. I'll help you collect some information on blacksmiths. Your body type is rare even in 1,000 years. If you really have the metal element, then becoming a blacksmith won't be a dream. By then, you'll be even more powerful than an alchemist. Boss Bai comforted him. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Lin Yi was really touched after listening to Boss Bai's words. He and Boss Bai were just an ordinary teacher and student, and Boss Bai's kindness to him originated from the time when he saved him. But now, the favor was almost returned, and Boss Bai was still tirelessly helping him solve his problems. No need to be so polite. I'm your teacher, isn't this what I should do? Boss Bai smiled and said, "How about it, do you want to be my disciple now? Mr. Bai, you're my teacher now. This is actually the same as my previous master. A teacher for a day is a father for life. I'm already your disciple, what else is there to doubt?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "It's just that I'll be Boss Bai's disciple in the future. I don't want to lose face for you." "Ha, okay, I'm very happy today." Boss Bai nodded and said, "In fact, you also know that this kind of teacher and student relationship is still different from a real teacher and disciple relationship. For some people, although I'm a teacher in their school, I won't allow them to use my name after they graduate." "I understand." Lin Yi thought to himself, "Are you talking about the right coiling tiger? Originally, I called you here this time because I wanted to give you something really good. Some of the things that my master taught me years ago, I wanted to see if you could be inspired by them, but now it seems that they are not very useful." Boss Bai sighed and said with some disappointment, It's useful, of course it's useful." Lin Yi quickly said, "Useful? Don't tell me you're going to use it to trade with right coiling tiger." Boss Bai laughed, "But Lil Yi, I'm telling you, the thing this time is indeed good stuff. It's a pity to give it to right coiling tiger, but if you really want to trade with him, then I can give it to you. But this is what my master taught me back then." When Boss Bai said this, his voice suddenly became a lot louder. Previously, the two people were communicating in a low voice, and with right coiling tiger's distance and hearing, he couldn't hear it at all, but Boss Bai's words were heard clearly by right coiling tiger. "This. Lin Yi suddenly blushed. He really didn't mean that. He wanted to give Han Jingjing a reference and see if he could learn something new from it. As for exchanging it to right coiling tiger, it would depend on the real value of this information. If it was really that kind of useful and precious information, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't give it to right coiling tiger. Right coiling tiger stood behind the two people not far away. Previously, he was suffering from his poor hearing and couldn't hear anything clearly. Suddenly, Boss Bai's words came into his ears like a bolt from the blue, causing right coiling tiger's ears to prick up. It was really good stuff. Or something that Boss Bai's master taught him back then. Wasn't this exactly what the right family needed to hide? This time, he listened carefully and couldn't make a mistake. Right coiling tiger was overjoyed. He had to get this information. Thinking of this, right coiling tiger also slowed down. In order not to let Lin Yi and Boss Bai suspect, he deliberately slowed down and didn't follow too closely. After all, he already knew that Lin Yi would get a super good information. Right coiling tiger only needed to be prepared to negotiate with Lin Yi to exchange the information back. I just said it casually. Since the information has been given to you, I won't say anything if you want to exchange it for some benefits that are beneficial to you." Boss Bai laughed. He really took good care of Lin Yi. "Well, can this really be exchanged for right coiling tiger?" Lin Yi asked with some uncertainty. "Actually, it can." Boss Bai said, "This is something that my master left me. The information inside is actually not particularly important. Anyway, you can make your own decision." "Thank you, Teacher Bai." Lin Yi said gratefully. This is nothing. The most important thing is an alchemist's notes that I summarized and perfected myself. This alchemist's notes, you'd better not give it away." Boss Bai said, "I will give it to you next time." "That is not necessary. I can't become an alchemist." Lin Yi said with some embarrassment. "You can't, but can't Han Jingjing?" Boss Bai smiled. "Teacher Bai, you know all about it." Lin Yi was shocked and looked at Boss Bai with some surprise. He didn't expect Boss Bai to already know about Han Jingjing. "Didn't you give all the things that you exchanged with right coiling tiger to her?" Boss Bai smiled slightly. "Although I don't know what your relationship with her is, it seems that she should be very close to you. If she can become an alchemist, my support for you will not be in vain. Han Jingjing is indeed an alchemist. Lin Yi nodded. Regarding this, since Boss Bai had already seen through it, and Boss Bai had given him such support, Lin Yi was embarrassed to hide anything. Now, can she successfully refine a first-grade elixir? Boss Bai nodded and asked. Jingjing can now refine second-grade elixir with 90% success rate. Lin Yi said 90%, that's a very high success rate. What? You said second-grade elixir. Boss Bai widened his eyes and looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. You are not lying to me. She really can have 90% success rate in refining second-grade elixir. Yes. Lin Yi nodded and said with a bitter smile, Boss Bai, do I need to lie to you? Second grade, 90% success rate. Boss Bai took a deep breath. What a young hero. Chapter 2542. His own disciple only had an 80% chance of successfully refining a first-grade elixir and a 30% chance of successfully refining a second-grade elixir. This was under the condition that his disciple was extremely talented, and it was also the result of his careful teaching. But this Han Jingjing, who came out of nowhere, had a 90% chance of successfully making a second-level elixir in just a few months, under the guidance of a half-baked elixir refiner like Lin Yi. What did that mean? Of course, that was the result of Lin Yi's reservation. After all, it was too shocking that Han Jingjing could successfully refine a second-grade elixir and mass-produce it. Hee. Lin Yi just smiled. Can you let her be my disciple? Boss Bai was a little tempted. Well, I'm afraid. Lin Yi hesitated and didn't know how to explain. It was not that he didn't want Han Jingjing to be his disciple, but it was not very useful for a scientific alchemist like Han Jingjing. What? Do you want to keep it to yourself? Seeing Lin Yi's look, Boss Bai thought that Lin Yi was reluctant to let her go, so he said with a smile, I'm just helping you to train a helper. I already have a disciple, so I won't compete with you for her. No. Lin Yi shook his head and decided to tell the truth. He said, Mr. Bai, Jingjing's situation is a little special. She has the fire attribute in her body, but not the wood attribute, so your practical operation is not very useful for her. Oh? Boss Bai was really shocked this time. Alchemists lack the wood attribute. How is that possible? How can such a person become an alchemist? Not to mention refining elixirs, it would be good enough if the furnace doesn't explode. So, Boss Bai lost his voice and said, how is that possible? Jingjing uses a complicated method of exploration and calculation to get some data. She's the only one who can use this method, and it's a unique one. It's impossible for anyone to teach her, and it's not realistic for her to learn it. Lin Yi didn't go into too much detail, just giving a general overview. I see. Boss Bai was deep in thought. Although what Lin Yi said was theoretically feasible, it was actually very difficult and unrealistic. However, Lin Yi certainly wouldn't lie, which meant that it was all true. There was only one possibility, and that was that Han Jingjing was a genius in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. At the very least, she had the intelligence of a scientist, which was why she was able to calculate the complicated chemical and physical changes in the furnace, as well as the time, temperature, and intensity of the fire. Boss Bai used to be a successful alchemist, so he understood the principle after what Lin Yi said. It was just that this seemed a little unimaginable to him. It was not impossible, but the difficulty was too high. It's not impossible, but it's too difficult. Boss Bai shook his head and said with a bitter smile, this alchemy method is theoretically feasible, but it's the first time I've heard of it. I was also shocked at the time. Lin Yi smiled. But little Yi, don't tell anyone else about this. Boss Bai's face suddenly returned to a serious expression, especially don't let the Hidden You family and the Heavenly Elixir sect know. Otherwise, it may bring an unexpected disaster to Heartwarming. At least, before you have the qualifications to look down on all the ancient sects, you can't reveal this news. Teacher Bai, I understand. I'm only telling you. Lin Yi knew the stakes and nodded. I think I shouldn't hide it from you since you treat me so well, but to others, yeah, I was thinking too much. Kid, you're even more shrewd than the little fox. You played you coiling tiger like a fiddle, and he took out all the good stuff hidden in the Yu family to trade with you. Boss Bai smiled in relief. Yeah, so I'm going to take this information and exchange it with you coiling tiger for some materials for third-level elixirs. Lin Yi said. Okay. Boss Bai nodded firmly this time. This information is useless. This is all I can support you. I don't have materials for third-level elixirs, but I can find some materials for second-level elixirs for you. Oh? Mr. Bai, you have materials for second-level elixirs? Lin Yi suddenly had a feeling that he could wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what he was looking for without any effort. Why didn't he think that Boss Bai had materials for second-level elixirs? If he had known earlier, Lin Yi would have gotten some materials from Boss Bai. Why did he have to exchange with you coiling tiger? I do have some, but you know that these materials are very expensive. It's not that I'm stingy, but I'm really not rich. I have an apprentice at home, so I have to use them sparingly. Boss Bai looked at Lin Yi apologetically and said. These materials can be bought. Lin Yi was slightly dazed. Of course. Boss Bai nodded and said, the Heavenly Elixir sect sells these common materials, and I've planted some myself, but not a lot. Also, teaching apprentices wastes a lot of materials. Well, how about I buy them from you? Lin Yi asked. The Cultivator Trading Association hadn't given Lin Yi a definite message, so Lin Yi and Heartwarming were basically in a stagnant state these days without materials to make elixirs. Yes, but not for now. The Heavenly Elixir sect will only sell medicinal materials at the next Cultivator Trading Convention, Boss Bai said. Cultivator Trading Convention. Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Lin Yi thought of something. Is it held by the Cultivator Trading Association? That's right, it was organized by the Cultivator Trade Association. Boss Bai nodded. The Cultivator Trading Association also sells these medicinal materials, but the quality is better and the price is higher, so the medicinal materials of the Heavenly Elixir sect are generally more popular. Other families don't have alchemists. Why do they buy these materials? Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. It was understandable if Boss Bai bought the materials of the Heavenly Elixir sect instead of the Cultivator Trading Association. Anyway, it didn't matter if the materials were good or bad for his apprentice, and the elixirs that were made were of the same quality. But why did other people buy these materials? These materials are actually not only used to make elixirs, but also to make medicines. Boss Bai said, Little E, you are really confused. In fact, even if these medicinal materials are not made into elixirs, they can be mixed together to make ordinary medicines. Most of them will have corresponding effects, but the effects will be weakened a lot. Just like the Dr. Kang's Golden Creation medicine on the market. Think about it. How similar are the ingredients of it to the circulation pill? At least 7 or 8 kinds of medicinal materials are the ingredients of the circulation pill, right? Latest update, please. Chapter 2543. Oh. Lin Yi paused and nodded. Now that you mention it, that does seem to be the case. Even the bone cleansing pill, after simplifying the ingredients, could become the pill of life extension and toxin cleansing, but Miracle Dr. Guan's injury medicine couldn't be compared. The effects were similar, but Lin Yi had completely changed it. That's why they say that you don't have to worry about selling the good stuff. Plus, most of the people who come to this kind of trade fair are ancient levels. It's not surprising for ancient sects and ancient families to have a second-level refiner. They also need to buy large amounts of ingredients to train their skills, Bai Bo explained. I see, can't you just say that it's an ancient level trade fair? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. This was easy to understand, there were refiners in the Ice Palace. Ah, I thought you weren't familiar with the ancient level. Bai Bo smiled. The two entered Bai Bo's office side by side, and the same way, Bai Bo handed Lin Yi a stack of documents and didn't say anything else. Thank you, Master Bai, I'll be going now. Lin Yi nodded, but he was hesitating, should he return the favor and show the notes he got from Zhang Liju's tomb to Bai Bo? Logically speaking, Bai Bo was Zhang Liju's disciple, and it wasn't against the rules for him to show Bai Bo his notes. To put it bluntly, Lin Yi was just showing him something that belonged to Bai Bo. Alright, go. Bai Bo nodded and said, bring Jing Jing to my house when you're free. If you have any problems, tell her to come find me. Alright, Lin Yi knew that Bai Bo had accepted Han Jingjing as his student. After leaving Bai Bo's office, Lin Yi saw a right coiling tiger, who was standing at the end of the hallway, pretending to be reading the wall posters. He smiled and greeted Lin Yi. Ha, isn't this Lin Yi classmate? Did Teacher Bai give you something good again? Yes, but I don't want to trade with you. Lin Yi said straightforwardly, okay, get out of the way. Quack. Right coiling tiger didn't expect Lin Yi to be so direct this time, which was different from the previous 2 times. But this time, because right coiling tiger heard Boss Bai's words, he was very confident in the information in Lin Yi's hands. And seeing that Lin Yi didn't play hard to get this time, but directly and decisively admitted that it was good material and refused to exchange, it also proved this point. Wait. Right coiling tiger hurriedly stopped Lin Yi and said, alright, Lin Yi, since you're so direct, I won't play dumb. I also know that the thing in your hand is Boss Bai's Master's Alchemy notes, right? So what if I am? Lin Yi said coldly, I don't want to give it to you this time. Although I admit that I played hard to get you twice before, this time, I don't want to exchange with you at all, so just give up. There's no need to say anything more. Don't. Right coiling tiger said, Lin Yi, don't be so absolute. Everything has its value. You rejected me because you think I can't give you a price that can move you, but I can tell you clearly that I can. You can. Lin Yi shook his head. I don't think you can, and I don't want to exchange with you. If you don't want to be beaten, then get out of the way. In Teacher Bai's place, I don't want to use force. This. Right coiling tiger didn't expect Lin Yi to be so stubborn. It seemed that he had made up his mind not to communicate with him. He suddenly became a little anxious. This time, it was a real good thing. Right coiling tiger absolutely didn't want to miss it. He had already made 2 mistakes, and this time, he clearly knew that the thing in Lin Yi's hand was good, but Lin Yi didn't want to exchange with him, which made him feel a little helpless. I still have to go eat. Lin Yi walked around right coiling tiger and strode forward. Lin Yi, what do you need? Just say it. Isn't business just bargaining? Right coiling tiger said, tell me what you want. You have to give me a chance, right? Oh, okay, I want the chi gathering pill. Do you have it? Lin Yi asked. Chi. Chi gathering pill. Right coiling tiger was stunned, and then his face darkened. How could he have this thing in his house? Chi gathering pill was a 3rd-grade medicinal pill. Not to mention that the refining materials were rare, it was also very difficult to refine. Even if the Heavenly Elixir sect could refine it, they would not refine this kind of thing. On the one hand, 3rd-grade medicinal pills could not be refined at any time. Even the ancestor of the Heavenly Elixir sect had to think twice before refining a 3rd-grade medicinal pill. He had to consider whether it was worth refining. Because refining a 3rd-grade medicinal pill, whether it was successful or not, required a lot of physical strength and true chi. It was almost impossible to recover in half a year or even a year. During this period, they could not refine other medicinal pills. Therefore, even if a third-grade medicinal pill could be sold for a lot of money, it was priceless. The ancestor of the Heavenly Elixir sect would not refine it unless it was necessary. For example, the Flaming Sun Dan refined for Kong Ming Ming was a last resort, so the ancestor of the Heavenly Elixir sect would refine it. In the Heavenly Elixir sect, as a reward for the winner of the trial, some of the third-grade medicinal pills were accumulated by the Heavenly Elixir sect for generations, some were given by that place, and some were found in ancient ruins. Very few of the Heavenly Elixir sect's ancestor refined it himself. This was also the reason why Bingtang wanted to refine a third-grade medicinal pill, but she still didn't succeed despite begging her grandpa and grandma. Lin Yi, aren't you making things difficult for me? You know it's impossible. Not to mention my family, even the Heavenly Elixir sect doesn't have it. Right Coiling Tiger smiled bitterly as he chased Lin Yi. If you don't have it, then forget it. I don't lack anything now. I just need a chi-gathering pill to break through to heaven stage. Lin Yi said, if you have it, then I can consider it. If not, then forget it. Let's talk about other things, okay? When Right Coiling Tiger heard that Lin Yi wanted to break through to heaven stage, his heart suddenly trembled. He cursed in his heart. Motherfucker, you're only at the peak of Earth stage middle stage now, and you can instantly kill heaven stage early stage and heaven stage early stage peak early stage. If you break through to heaven stage, will you let people live? Will you be invincible under the heavenly Tao? But this thought was just a thought. What he wanted the most now was the material in Lin Yi's hands. No matter what, he had to get it. Kill you. Lin Yi looked back at Right Coiling Tiger. Right Coiling Tiger's face was a little twisted. He hesitated for a moment, but still didn't follow what to do. After Lin Yi left, Right Coiling Tiger furrowed his brows and started thinking. Latest update, please. Chapter 2544. However, after thinking for a long time, Panhu Right didn't have a good idea, so he called Yellow Hair, Purple Hair, and Zhaolong. The four of them went to a restaurant room. Panhu Right wanted to discuss the latest strategy with them. There was strength in numbers. Master Panhu, I saw you leave with Lin Yi. Are you okay? Zhaolong asked, concerned. I'm fine. Panhu Right shook his head. As Boss Bai's student, Lin Yi only dares to threaten me. He wouldn't dare do anything to me. Zhaolong nodded. He used to be Boss Bai's student, so he naturally knew about this rule. Boss Bai hated fights between students to an incomprehensible degree. He couldn't tolerate fights between students, and if anyone broke the rule, then sorry, they'd have to get the fuck out of here. Then, Master Panhu, what did you call us here for? Yellow Hair asked. He didn't think that Panhu Right would invite them for a meal for no reason. In this period of time, both Panhu Right and Zhaolong were very low-key. After they came to school, they rarely left the school gates, and usually had lunch in the school cafeteria. There is indeed something. Panhu Right nodded. Boss Bai gave Lin Yi a list of refiners, and I wanted to exchange it with him, but Lin Yi didn't budge this time. No matter what I said, he wouldn't agree. He told me that he wanted chi-gathering pills, and he wouldn't exchange without them. Isn't he purposely making things difficult for me? Master Panhu, are you sure that the information is good? Yellow Hair knew that Panhu Right had suffered a few times before, so he wanted to remind him to be careful and not get tricked. I'm very sure this time. Panhu Right said. This time, Boss Bai said it himself. This information was given to him by his master, and even Lin Yi admitted it. Oh. Could it be that Lin Yi is playing hard to get? Purple Hair thought about it and said, didn't he do this a few times before? I thought the same thing before. Lin Yi might be playing hard to get, but when he said he wanted a chi gathering pill from me, I'm afraid he's not playing hard to get. Right Coiling Tiger shook his head, rejecting this suggestion. If that's the case. Purple Hair hesitated for a moment before nodding his head and saying, that's true. If he wanted to play hard to get, he wouldn't have said it so resolutely. Yeah, it's really troublesome. Kong bro, you're a professor, you're wise and resourceful. Do you have any good suggestions? Panhu Right turned to Xiaolong. My suggestion. Xiaolong sighed. Panhu Right's flattery made him feel good. He was indeed the one with the highest degree out of all of them. I feel that you should start with Han Jingjing. Xiaolong said after some thought. Oh. Han Jingjing. Panhu Right paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he thought of something. Whether it was the cauldron or the ingredients he gave to Lin Yi, they were all given to Han Jingjing by Lin Yi. This meant that Han Jingjing was the ultimate beneficiary. Since Lin Yi didn't want to trade, then he'd look for Han Jingjing. At that time, whatever Han Jingjing needed, as long as he could give it to her, Lin Yi would definitely help Han Jingjing trade for it. One had to admit that Xiaolong's idea was really a good one. It could turn the situation around. But, I suggest that you don't ask directly. You can first analyze and predict what Han Jingjing needs the most right now. Take this thing and show it to Han Jingjing, say something to incite her. It'd be best if Han Jingjing would take the initiative to ask for it. That way, you'd have the initiative, and it'd be easier to negotiate. Otherwise, if you let Han Jingjing name a price, she might ask for an exorbitant price and scam you. Xiaolong reminded. You're right, big bro Kong. You're a professor after all. Panhu Right nodded, overjoyed. Alright, I'll ask for leave this afternoon and go back to the hidden house I'll discuss with Uncle and Grandpa what Han Jingjing needs the most right now, and I'll get some to show off in front of her. Panhu Right made up his mind and went to ask for leave from Boss Bai. He didn't dare leave without asking for leave anymore. He'd almost been scolded last time. Lin Yi, on the other hand, took the information Boss Bai gave him and went to find Han Jingjing. Lin Yi went to Boss Bai's place, and Han Jingjing and Xinyan didn't eat at the cafeteria. They bought 3 boxes of food and went back to the classroom, waiting for Lin Yi to come back. Lin Yi, I've talked to Yao Yao and Shu. You're going to Professor Bai's office. We bought the food, so we won't be going to the cafeteria, Xinyan said when she saw Lin Yi walk in. Alright, you two didn't eat first. Lin Yi said as he looked at the 3-box lunches on the table. None of them had been touched. No, we're not in a hurry. We'll wait for you, Xinyan said. Then let's eat now. Lin Yi walked over and handed the information to Han Jingjing. Jingjing, read this while you eat. It's left behind by Professor Bai Shifu. See if there's anything you can learn from it. Okay. Han Jingjing took the information and started reading. After the 3 of them finished lunch, Han Jingjing also finished reading the information. She shook her head and said to Lin Yi, Brother Lin Yi, this information is in the information you gave me, and it's much more complete than this. This is only a small part, and it's incomplete. Although some places have been filled in, it's obviously far from the other one. Oh. In other words, this information isn't very useful. Lin Yi asked. Not really, Han Jingjing said truthfully. Okay, I understand. Lin Yi nodded. If Right Coiling Tiger asks you, just say that this information is very good and very useful. If he asks you what you want to exchange, don't say anything. If he lists the conditions, just stay silent or ask me. And, Jingjing understands. Han Jingjing nodded. Right Coiling Tiger hurriedly returned to the hidden house of Yu and locked himself in a secret room with his uncle Right Juntian and elder Yu. They held a family meeting. Coiling Tiger, you're saying that this time, the information Boss Bai gave to Lin Yi was indeed left behind by his Shifu. There's no mistake. Right? Jintian asked. That's right, uncle. There's no mistake this time. Boss Bai said it himself. I heard it clearly, and even Lin Yi admitted it. Right? Coiling Tiger said as he told his uncle and grandfather about Lin Yi's firm refusal to exchange. Update as soon as possible. Chapter 2545. According to what you said, it might really be something good. Yuzhintian nodded and said, Father, what do you think? If Lin Yi agrees to the exchange, you can let Coiling Tiger take a look and take a photo of the first page and send it back to the family. I'll check it myself and see if this information is important or not. Old Yu said, if it's important, then you have to get it at all costs, no matter how much you have to pay. If it's dispensable, then just pay whatever you want. If Lin Yi doesn't want to exchange, then he doesn't want to exchange. If it's worthless, then forget it. That's fine, but Lin Yi. Can you let me see it? You Coiling Tiger asked hesitantly. This depends on your ability. Old Yu said, Coiling Tiger, this is also an experience for you. If you do well, I'm prepared to support you to become the first elder of the family. If you can't even do such a small thing, how can you talk about becoming the first elder? Ah. You Coiling Tiger was shocked and looked at his grandfather in shock. He didn't expect his grandfather to support him to become the first elder of the family. That was an existence second only to the head of the family. Although he didn't care much about the family's affairs and focused on alchemy, even the head of the family had to be respectful. The current first elder of the House of Yu was his grandfather's younger brother, which was Yu Coiling Tiger's second grandfather. He was a level 2 alchemist, and even his grandfather had to be polite when he saw him. His uncle was even more subservient, and Yu Coiling Tiger couldn't even see him. Yu Xintian's expression changed slightly. His second grandfather had never married in his life, so naturally, he had no children. So, the position of the first elder was destined to be chosen from his grandfather's bloodline. Yu Xintian was the heir of the family, and his son was also raised as the head of the House of Yu. The position of the first elder was also very important, but Yu Xintian didn't expect his father to raise Yu Coiling Tiger as the heir. Originally, Yu Xintian thought that it would be good enough for Yu Coiling Hu to become an ordinary elder. He never imagined that he would become the clan's first elder. However, at this time, if Yu Panhu really obtained something that was beneficial to the development of the Yu family, then he would become the successor of the great elder. Especially since he was on good terms with Kong Mingming. Once Kong Mingming became the elder of the Heavenly Elixir sect, then Yu Panhu would not only become the great elder of the Yu family, but also the young master of the Yu family. Thinking up to this point, Yu Xintian decided to let Yu Coiling Hu hold the position of great elder firmly and not covet the position of young master. Hence, he hurriedly nodded and said, That's right, Coiling Hu. You must cherish this opportunity. If you can become the great elder, you'll be able to better assist your brother, Yu Coiling Long. The two of you will lead the Yu family to glory. I will do my best. Right now, Yu Coiling Tiger didn't have any thoughts of replacing him. The position of first elder was enough to excite him. He wasn't the kind of person with ambition. Grandpa, what do you think about me taking a second-grade cauldron? If Han Jingjing learns alchemy, this second-grade cauldron is a consumable item and can be easily damaged. That's fine. If you're not a skilled alchemist, it's easy to damage the cauldron. You can take another second-grade cauldron, but I'm afraid a second-grade cauldron alone isn't very attractive, right? Old Yu said. Oh, but we don't have an extra third-grade cauldron. Currently, we only have a second-grade cauldron. Yu Coiling Hu said. Indeed, we don't have a third-grade cauldron, but we still have some casting materials for a third-grade cauldron. See if you can trick Lin Yi and Han Jingjing into giving them a set of materials and trick them into forging their own third-grade cauldron. Old Yu thought about it and asked. That's fine too. Yu Coiling Tiger rubbed his chin and nodded. Previously, he had tricked Lin Yi and exchanged a cracked cauldron as a treasure. This time, he didn't know if Lin Yi would fall for it. In order to make it seem real, you can give him some materials for a third-grade elixir. This way, he won't suspect that a third-grade cauldron can never be forged. Yu Xintian reminded. That's right. I'll give it a try. First, I'll prepare these things and then give them to Lin Yi and Han Jingjing one by one. Then, we'll see if they'll be tempted. Yu Coiling Tiger nodded. Lin Yi was in school when he received a call from Songshan's orphanage. However, it wasn't Yu Xiaoke who called, but Xiao Ken. Lin Yi bro, Xiaoke sis is in some trouble, Xiao Ken said. Oh. Trouble. What kind of trouble? Lin Yi's heart tightened as he quickly asked. It's not a big problem. It's just that the Swiss franc that you gave to Sister Xiaoke can't exchange it. Xiao Ken said, these few days, Sister Xiaoke has been running around with this matter, but she hasn't found a suitable channel. The black market's handling fee is too high. Sister Xiaoke is furious. Oh, that's it. Lin Yi slapped his forehead in realization. He'd given all the Swiss francs to Xiaoke, but he'd neglected one problem. If Xiaoke were to exchange them through the proper channels, it'd be troublesome. The amount was too huge, and she couldn't even explain the source of the money. She didn't go to Fatty Lai. No, CEO Lai's company said that they're discussing a big business deal, and CEO Lai went abroad, Xiao Ken said. Fatty Lai went abroad. Lin Yi paused. He hadn't interfered with the company's business for a long time, and he didn't know how it was progressing. But from what Xiao Ken said, it seemed like the company was doing pretty well, even expanding its business overseas. Alright, I'll go there myself later. Lin Yi had wanted Yu Xiaoke to look for Pengzhan. This sort of foreign currency exchange wasn't something that other people could do, but Pengzhan was a local businessman, and he had deep connections with the banks. But Lin Yi remembered that Yu Xiaoke and Pengzhan weren't close, and Lin Yi actually wanted to go to Songshan to see Ziyu and Qin Shi. He hadn't seen them in a long time, and he wondered how they were doing. From the fact that Ziyu didn't look for him when she was in trouble, Lin Yi felt like he didn't care about them anymore, and so Lin Yi decided to go see them himself. Chapter 2546. Lin Yi asked for a day off from Boss Bai in the afternoon and drove to Songshan. At this time, Yu Panhu just happened to return to school from the Hidden Yu family with some good stuff. His car brushed past Lin Yi's car, but Yu Panhu wasn't good at observing, so he didn't notice it at all. Instead, Lin Yi saw Yu Panhu in the sports car. What was this guy doing in such a hurry? Lin Yi secretly guessed, did he bring good stuff for him and Han Jingjing again? It had to be said, the person who understood Yu Panhu the most was actually Lin Yi. Yu Panhu returned to class, and the first thing he did was look at Lin Yi's seat, but he didn't see anything. Where's Lin Yi? Yu Panhu asked in a daze. Master Yu, I heard he had something to do in the afternoon, so he asked for a day off. Purple Hair didn't go back with Yu Panhu, he stayed in school. Asked for a day off. Fuck. Yu Panhu felt like he punched cotton. He happily brought a bunch of good stuff and was about to show off, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to leave. But he thought about it again, Lin Yi leaving wasn't a big deal. He wanted to show off in front of Han Jingjing anyway, and without Lin Yi, it would be easier to show off. Han Jingjing shouldn't be as sly as Lin Yi, so it should be easier to trick her, right? Thinking about this, Yu Panhu took out the second-grade medicine cauldron from before, walked to Han Jingjing, and sat down beside her. Han Jingjing was currently studying the alchemist notes that Boss Bai's master gave her. Although most of the content appeared in the alchemist notes that Lin Yi brought back from the ancient tomb, Han Jingjing didn't have anything else to do right now, so she started reading from the beginning when she was bored. Seeing Right Coiling Tiger walking over, Han Jingjing quickly put away the alchemist's notes, then picked up a school medical book and flipped through it. Yu Coiling Tiger immediately rolled his eyes. He didn't expect Han Jingjing to be so vigilant. She put away the documents the moment he walked over, which made you Coiling Tiger angry and helpless. Han Jingjing, why are you so hardworking? Are you studying during your lunch break? Right Coiling Tiger asked as he spun the cauldron in his hand. Yes, Jingjing has to study hard and help big brother Lin Yi in the future, Han Jingjing replied without raising her head. Pfft, fuck. When Right Coiling Tiger heard Han Jingjing's words, he felt very aggrieved. He thought to himself, what's so good about Lin Yi? Why were all these girls so dead set on him? What's wrong with you? Han Jingjing raised her head and looked strangely at the reddened Right Coiling Tiger. It's nothing. Right Coiling Tiger laughed dryly. Hey, Jingjing, what were you looking at earlier? Can I have a look? No. Han Jingjing rejected decisively. Don't. Didn't Teacher Bai always say that students should help each other? I want to see the documents in your hands. You should let me see them, right? Right Coiling Tiger used Boss Bai's name to say something. Helping each other is not forcing each other. If I let you do a striptease in the classroom, would you agree? Han Jingjing's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as she spoke indifferently. Ugh. Right Coiling Tiger was speechless. If you want me to help you with something related to studying, I can naturally help you. For example, I can borrow your textbooks, Han Jingjing said. Forget it, I have them too. Right Coiling Tiger was a little puzzled. This Han Jingjing usually looked dumb, why was she so quick-witted? She didn't seem to be easy to fool. This girl was probably just acting cute in front of Lin Yi, similar to Yushu. It seemed like it wasn't easy to fool her. Oh. Han Jingjing nodded and ignored him, continuing to look at the textbooks in front of her. Right Coiling Tiger was a little depressed. In order to attract Han Jingjing's attention, he began to play with the second-grade cauldron in his hands. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right. This was a very easy thing for an alchemist like Right Coiling Tiger. It was even easier than performing acrobatics in a circus. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the second-grade cauldron spun rapidly in Right Coiling Tiger's hands, making all kinds of difficult moves. However, after playing for a long time, all the eyes of the students in the class were attracted to him. Most of them were envious and shocked. They didn't expect Right Coiling Tiger to be so good at cauldrons. Only Han Jingjing continued to turn a deaf ear, quietly looking at the textbooks in front of her. Right Coiling Tiger wanted to attract Han Jingjing's attention, but Han Jingjing didn't even look at him. Even if the others were shocked to death, it had nothing to do with Right Coiling Tiger. Right Coiling Tiger was a little helpless. He could only put the cauldron on the desk, coughed twice, and said to Han Jingjing, Jingjing, did you use the second-grade cauldron I gave you last time? Oh, I used it. It's pretty good. Thank you. Han Jingjing replied indifferently. This second-grade cauldron, for beginners, is very easy to break. During practice, if you don't control the temperature and the intensity of the fire well, it might explode. Right Coiling Tiger said up to this point and asked, your cauldron isn't broken, right? It's not broken. It's quite sturdy. Han Jingjing said without raising her head. Oh. Then it's not broken. Actually, you should prepare another cauldron just in case. If it explodes, you have a replacement. Right Coiling Tiger said. You mean, you're going to give me another one? Han Jingjing finally raised her head and looked at the second-grade cauldron that Right Coiling Tiger had placed on the table. This. Of course, I can't give it to you for free, but we can exchange. Right Coiling Tiger saw that Han Jingjing had finally been led to the main topic by him and was immediately overjoyed. Oh, then forget it. Mine isn't broken yet. I won't exchange it for now. Han Jingjing lowered her head again. This made Right Coiling Tiger want to cry but have no tears. He didn't have any temper at all. This. Actually, you don't have to pay anything. How about you give me a copy of the information you just read and this second-grade cauldron will belong to you? How about it? Right Coiling Tiger raised the second-grade cauldron in his hand and tempted her. This is a second-grade cauldron. I won't give you a copy. Han Jingjing said directly. Right Coiling Tiger realized that his words just now were equivalent to saying nothing. His rich expression was also very rich. Han Jingjing didn't have any intention of coveting this second-grade cauldron at all. After thinking about it, Right Coiling Tiger asked, "How about this, you tell me what you need. What do you want?" "What do I want?" Han Jingjing thought about it and said, "I already have a second-grade cauldron. You giving it to me won't be of much use. It's just a backup. If you have a third-grade cauldron, you can also give me one." Chapter 2547. Third-grade medicinal cauldron. Right Coiling Tiger said in his heart. "Here it comes. Can you refine a third-grade medicinal pill? You want a third-grade medicinal cauldron?" However, he just thought about it in his heart. Naturally, he couldn't say it out loud. If he said it, wouldn't it be looking down on Han Jingjing? At that time, Han Jingjing would definitely not exchange with him. You also know that a third-grade medicinal cauldron is very precious. Our hidden Yu family doesn't have much in stock. Moreover, we don't have any more now. The next batch hasn't been cast yet, so, then we will talk about it after you cast it. Han Jingjing wasn't a fool. She had already learned about the differences between first-grade, second-grade, and third-grade medicinal cauldrons from Lin Yi's information. First-grade and second-grade medicinal cauldrons could be made by a third-grade alchemist. As long as one used alchemy fire, it could be completed. There was no casting process. However, a third-grade medicinal cauldron was different. It must be cast by a blacksmith. In this era, blacksmiths had long disappeared. Therefore, in theory, it was impossible to cast a third-grade medicinal cauldron. The existing third-grade medicinal cauldrons were passed down from the past. In fact, for a medicinal cauldron, it was possible that a first-grade and second-grade medicinal cauldron was easily damaged. After all, it was the work of an alchemist. There was no casting process, so it was reasonable that it wasn't strong. However, a third-grade medicinal cauldron was basically undamaged. As long as it wasn't a heaven-defying medicinal pill, using a third-grade medicinal cauldron to refine a fourth-grade medicinal pill, the medicinal cauldron wouldn't be damaged. As for what Right Coiling Tiger said about the next batch not being cast yet, it was complete nonsense. However, Han Jingjing didn't expose it. She didn't want Right Coiling Tiger to see how much she knew about alchemy. That still needs a long time. Right Coiling Tiger quickly said, "How about this? Although I don't have a third-grade medicinal cauldron here, I have some materials for casting a third-grade medicinal cauldron. How about I give you some materials and you let Lin Yi cast it?" "Oh." Han Jingjing nodded after listening. "Is it free?" "Of course not. As long as you give me a copy of the materials that Lin Yi gave you, it will be fine." Right Coiling Tiger said. "That won't do. I don't want it," Han Jingjing said resolutely. Yu Panhu was about to cry. He had wasted so much time and effort, but Han Jingjing's one sentence had returned everything back to square one. "Then how can I make a copy?" "Just say it. What else do you have? Just say it." Han Jingjing turned the topic back to Tiger Yu. "This." Right Coiling Tiger hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right, to be honest, I can give you a second-grade medicine cauldron, a third-grade medicine cauldron casting materials, and some third-grade medicine pill materials. How about it? Is this enough?" "That's it?" Han Jingjing asked. "That's right. Isn't this enough?" Right Coiling Tiger suddenly revealed all his trump cards, feeling a little discouraged. I don't know. When Brother Lin Yi comes back, I'll ask him for you, Han Jingjing said. What? You still have to ask Lin Yi. When Right Coiling Tiger heard Han Jingjing's words, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He suddenly felt exhausted. He had said so much for nothing. He thought he could fool Han Jingjing, but in the end, Han Jingjing still had to ask Lin Yi. That's right. This information belongs to Brother Lin Yi. If you want to make a copy, you naturally have to ask Brother Lin Yi, Han Jingjing said matter-of-factly. Isn't the information in your hands now? If you secretly make a copy for me, then you can get these good things. Think about it, it's worth it. If I were you, I would agree. Right Coiling Tiger didn't want Han Jingjing to ask Lin Yi again. He wanted to bypass Lin Yi. Otherwise, if he asked Lin Yi and Lin Yi asked for the Qi Gathering Pill, where would Right Coiling Tiger find it for him? That won't do. Jing won't lie. Han Jingjing shook her head. Stubborn. Right Coiling Tiger cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything on the surface. He only said, all right then, when Lin Yi comes back, you can ask him if these things are okay. He originally wanted to cut the Gordian knot with a knife and directly report a bunch of benefits to knock Han Jingjing out. While Lin Yi wasn't here, it seemed that Right Coiling Tiger was too idealistic. Han Jingjing didn't want to do underground transactions behind Lin Yi's back. Right Coiling Tiger left. Han Jingjing smiled slightly. Right Coiling Tiger's trump card had been tested by her. After Lin Yi came back, all she had to do was continue to add chips on these things. It would also save her the trouble of negotiating. Lin Yi drove to Songshan's orphanage. The orphanage now could be said to be different from before. Bright buildings rose from the ground, and the orphans lived in spacious and clean dorms. There were also more orphans of suitable age who could enter school, but at the same time, trouble came. Because of the expansion of the orphanage, the good environment attracted more abandoned babies. Many of the abandoned babies that the hospital didn't know how to deal with were all sent to Xiaoka's orphanage. Of course, it would be easy if these abandoned babies were healthy, but the problem was that most of these abandoned babies had congenital diseases. Needless to say, living expenses were naturally high, but the treatment fees were astronomical. With Xiaoka's personality, there was no reason for her to reject these orphans. So, this situation made Xiaoka, who had just gotten a breather, carry a heavy burden on her back again. Otherwise, with her previous savings and Fatty Lie's sponsorship, she could totally let the orphans live a good life. But now, it wasn't possible. There were more and more orphans, and she had to hire more and more employees. These people were different from the volunteers in the orphanage. These people had to support their families, and they couldn't work for free. Xiaoka had to bear a large amount of expenses, and seeing that it was almost the end of the month, Fatty Lie went abroad for business. Naturally, Xiaoka was worried about how she could cash in such a large amount of Swiss francs. She couldn't pay these employees in Swiss francs, could she? Xiaoka sis, someone's here to help you. Xiao Ken saw Lin Yi's car and happily went to inform Xiaoka. Someone's here to help me. Who? Xiaoka looked at the excited Xiao Ken, slightly taken aback. Lin Yi bro is here. He'll definitely help you. Xiao Ken said. Lin Yi? Why is he here? Xiaoka's expression changed slightly. She frowned and looked at Xiao Ken. Xiao Ken, did you tell Lin Yi about me? Chapter 25:48. Then how did he get here? Xiaoka's face turned even uglier. Only Xiao Ken and the dean knew that she brought back a box of Swiss francs from the practitioner's market. The other workers in the orphanage didn't know about it, so how did Lin Yi know about it? Xiaoka's face darkened even more. Although Lin Yi had a lot of information channels, why would Lin Yi pay attention to her if he had nothing to do? Could it be, Xiaoke had once suspected that Lin Yi was interested in her, but Lin Yi denied it, which made Xiaoke feel a little relieved. But no matter what, Xiaoke still felt uneasy. After all, Lin Yi wasn't someone she had a lot of contact with, and Lin Yi didn't look like someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. Why would he help her? What reason would he have to help the orphanage? And why would he go to such great lengths? His pharmaceutical company must have invested a lot of money into it, right? And he didn't ask for anything in return. Why? Xiaoke couldn't think of any reason for Lin Yi to do this. What was the value of this orphanage? There were many people who did good deeds. Even if Lin Yi was doing good, there was no need for him to do this, right? Lin Yi wasn't doing a good deed anymore, he was doing everything he could. And Lin Yi suddenly appeared, saying that he was here to help her solve her problem. This made Xiaoke worry even more. If Lin Yi didn't pay attention to her, how would he know that she needed Swiss francs? It seemed like Lin Yi had been paying attention to her. Unless Lin Yi had sent people to follow her, and knew that she had been going to the bank and the black market every day to find out how to exchange money. But since Lin Yi was here, Xiaoke had no reason to reject him. Lin Yi was here to help her, and no matter what his purpose was, if Lin Yi could really help her exchange money, it would solve a lot of Xiaoke's problems. I don't know either. Sister Xiaoke, why do you look so pale? Xiao Ken smiled bitterly in his heart. If you knew that big brother Lin Yi is a male thief, I'm afraid you would have already rushed out, right? However, Xiao Ken couldn't get involved in this kind of thing. It's fine, let's go. Xiaoke sighed and left the room with Xiao Ken. Coming to the guest room downstairs, Xiaoke saw Lin Yi drinking tea on the sofa and chatting with the dean of the orphanage. The dean had a smile on her face and nodded from time to time. It seemed like she had a good impression of Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you're here. Xiaoke's attitude wasn't cold, but it wasn't friendly either. Xiaoke, it's very troublesome to exchange those foreign currencies, right? Let me exchange it for you. Lin Yi said straightforwardly. After coming to the orphanage, he still had to go to school to visit Ziyu and Qin Shi, so time was tight. And, how did you know I had foreign currency to exchange? Xiaoke asked casually. Lin Yi was about to say that Xiao Ken told him, but he saw Xiao Ken standing behind Xiaoke and giving Lin Yi a look. Lin Yi paused and smiled bitterly. I heard it from someone else. Someone else? Xiaoke frowned. As expected, if he didn't keep an eye on her, how would he know that she needed to exchange foreign currencies? Alright, let's not talk about this. I'll make a call first. Lin Yi didn't want to sell Xiao Ken out and changed the topic. He took out his phone and called Pingzhan. Lin Yi's actions, on the other hand, looked like a guilty conscience in Xiaoke's eyes. Avoiding the question meant that he was keeping an eye on her and refusing to admit it. Xiaoke didn't know what to do. What should she do? If she rejected Lin Yi and Lin Yi stopped funding the orphanage, what would she do? What would she do if he asked for her money back? Xiaoke fell into a dilemma. She knew that Lin Yi might be interested in her, but she couldn't turn back now. Once she went against Lin Yi, it wouldn't just be her problem, it would affect all the children in the orphanage. Did she want all the children to live on the streets? Xiaoke was scared just thinking about it, and so, Xiaoke had no choice but to nod dejectedly. All right, thank you. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't notice the change in Xiaoke's facial expression. He thought that it was because she couldn't exchange the money out. He didn't think too much about it and turned to Pingzhan after the call connected. Uncle Chu, do you have time now? Now? Yeah, what's up, E? Pingzhan asked. It's like this, my friend has a lot of Swiss franc that he wants to exchange, but the amount is a bit large. Do you have a way? Lin Yi asked. That's easy, just ask your friend to come to me directly. But I'm in Songshan right now, can your friend come over? Pingzhan asked. Uncle Chu, I'm in Songshan right now, I'm in the orphanage, you see. Lin Yi said. Alright, I'll ask Faubert to come find you, and he'll help you with the exchange, Pingzhan said. Alright, thank you, Uncle Chu. Lin Yi hung up and turned to Xiaoke. Alright, one of my elders will be here soon, he can help with the exchange. Oh. Xiaoke nodded. Although the problem was solved, she couldn't feel happy. She couldn't understand why Lin Yi would help her like this. If he didn't like her, then what was it? But what if Lin Yi liked her? What should she do? She didn't want to do anything to betray the male thief, and she didn't want the orphanage to be destroyed. She was in a dilemma, and naturally, there wasn't any joy in solving the problem. Xiaoke, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried? What's the problem? Tell me and I'll solve it together. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. Xiaoke did mention this once, but he treated it as a joke and didn't take it to heart. Plus, Lin Yi's other identity was that of a male thief, so naturally, he would show more concern for Xiaoke. Xiaoke, on the other hand, didn't think the same. The more Lin Yi treated her well, the more he wanted to help her solve her problems, the more she felt that Lin Yi was doing this for no reason. She said coldly, "No, thank you." Xiaoke, why are you talking to Lin Yi like that? The Dean frowned. Chapter 2549. The Dean didn't know about Xiaoke's cunning thoughts, and seeing that her tone wasn't good, she scolded, "Lin Yi is here to help us solve our problem, why do you have such a gloomy face?" Xiaoke couldn't say it out loud in front of Lin Yi, and she didn't want to tell the Dean about it. She was afraid that the Dean would be worried. Lin Yi, the children of the orphanage and I are very grateful for your help. I thank you on behalf of the orphanage for everything you have done for us. Xiaoke said on behalf of the orphanage, without hesitation. What she meant was that she was thanking him because of the orphanage, and she was only representing the orphanage. It was impossible for her to be thanking him personally. Lin Yi didn't want her to thank him personally. Lin Yi thought that Xiaoke was emotionally unstable because of her period, and he didn't think much about it. He wasn't a male thief anymore, and there was no need for Xiaoke to be nice to him. Lin Yi didn't mind, and smiled, I was just helping out along the way, it's nothing much. Oh. Xiaoke heard Lin Yi say that, but she didn't really believe it. Along the way. You came all the way from Donghai to Songshan, and it was just along the way. Even if Xiaoke was an idiot, she wouldn't believe it, right? Plus, Xiaoke wasn't an idiot. Lin Yi saw that Xiaoke didn't seem to want to talk, so he didn't say anything. Only the headmaster of the orphanage frowned, not knowing what was wrong with Xiaoke today. Usually, when people came to donate, even if it was only 100 or 80 kwai, Xiaoke would welcome them with a smile, but today, Lin Yi was helping her solve such a big problem, and she was like this. After a while, Faubert drove to the orphanage. Faubert was very grateful to Lin Yi now, and if it wasn't for Lin Yi's insistence on treating Faubert like a junior, Faubert would want to talk to Lin Yi as an equal. Thank you, Uncle Li. Xiaoke knew who Faubert was, but she wasn't too familiar with him. She gave the Swiss francs to Faubert and thanked him politely. Her attitude towards Lin Yi was very different, and it made Lin Yi very puzzled. Why did Xiaoke's attitude change so suddenly? After dealing with the orphanage, Lin Yi didn't stay any longer. He looked at the time, and it wasn't time for Ziyu and Qinshi to finish school yet, so he drove directly to Fatty Lai's medical company. The orphanage and Miracle Dr. Guan's new building weren't far from each other. The two were taken at the same time, and the construction started at the same time. Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company was also, and the Guan's medical company. Now, no matter if people mentioned golden creation or injury medicine, they would first think of Miracle Dr. Guan's products. Dr. Kong was like yesterday's flower, and Dr. Kang's medical company gave up on production. The military products were also stopped because of the weight loss medicine scandal of Dr. Kang's medical company. So Miracle Dr. Kang's medical company had no choice but to shut down after losing all the market. Fortunately, House Kong had a powerful Kong Xiaoming, and they had a good relationship with the hidden House Yu. This way, they could help House Yu sell some low-level pills. These pills had a lot of recognition in the top auction market. For example, a level 1 pill like the Little Rejuvenation Pill. Although it wasn't as effective as the Little Rejuvenation Pill, it was still very effective for normal injuries, especially to speed up the recovery period of patients after surgery. This type of pill was made by the hidden House Yu, and they didn't want to sell it themselves, so they just let House Kong do it for them. Don't look down on these level 1 pills. These things were very valuable. In many cases, a level 1 pill could even be sold at the price of a level 2 pill. The reason was simple. There were a lot of rich people in the common world, but although there was no lack of rich families in the cultivation world, they were all people who knew what was good for them. They wouldn't pay too high a price for these pills. Of course, a large portion of the profits would still be given to the hidden House Yu, and House Kong would only get a small portion. But even so, the profits from the auction were enough for House Kong to look down on many companies. It wasn't any less than the previous Dr. Kang's medical company, it might even be more. After all, the cost of auctioning pills was very low, much lower than running a company. Lin Yi parked his car in front of the building of the Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. When he walked into the building, he was stopped by the security guard. "Hello sir, may I know who you are looking for?" Lin Yi smiled. He remembered the first time he came to Songshan and entered Pingzhan Industries. He encountered a similar situation, but this meant that the Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company was much more formal than before. Before, people could enter as they pleased. "Is Kong here?" Lin Yi asked. Fatty Lai went overseas, so he looked for Kong directly. In fact, Lin Yi was also here to see Kong. Ever since graduation, Lin Yi hadn't seen Kong, his best friend, for a long time. Both of them were busy with their own things and didn't have much free time. "You are looking for Vice President Kong, do you have an appointment?" The security guard heard that Lin Yi was looking for Kong, so he quickly asked. "Appointment?" "No, just inform him," Lin Yi said. "I see. Then how should I address you, sir?" The security guard didn't chase him away directly, so he asked politely. Lin Yi said. "Lin Yi." "Okay." The security guard turned around and went to the front desk to inform Kang's secretary, but halfway there, he suddenly realized something. He turned around and looked at Lin Yi in surprise. "You said your name is Lin Yi?" "Yeah." Lin Yi looked at the security guard, confused. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Why did he suddenly turn around and ask about this? "Mr. Lin, please come in." The security guard quickly made a welcoming gesture and said respectfully, "I'll bring you to Vice President Kong." "Oh. Okay." Lin Yi was confused. "Why didn't you inform him?" "It's like this. In our security regulations, the first rule is that Mr. Lin and Miracle Dr. Guan can enter the company without notifying anyone. This is a rule set by President Lai," the security guard explained. The guard explained. No wonder he felt that Lin Yi's name was familiar. Luckily, he remembered it now. It wasn't his fault that he was slow. Although he didn't come to the company often, he would come once in a while to discuss the future direction of the company with Fatty Lai, so the security guards all knew him. But Lin Yi was different. This was the first time Lin Yi had appeared since the building was completed, so it was normal that the security guards didn't know him. Chapter 2550. "I see," Lin Yi smiled. He didn't expect Fatty Lai to come up with such a rule. They took the elevator upstairs and the security guard personally brought Lin Yi to the vice president's office and knocked on the door for Lin Yi. The person who opened the door was a young, beautiful, and arrogant woman with heavy makeup. Lin Yi frowned. Was this Kang's secretary? Ha! Why is it a security guard? What's the matter? Why didn't you call to inform us beforehand? The woman looked at the security guard and Lin Yi and frowned. You're new, right? Don't you know the rules? Secretary Wang, this is Lin Yi, Mr. Lin. Chairman Lai has a rule that allows people to come in without informing us. The security guard explained with a bitter smile. Chairman Lai said to look for Chairman Lai. This is Vice President Kang's office. The woman was obviously unhappy with the security guard using Chairman Lai's name to suppress people. This surprised Lin Yi. How could this woman be so daring? Could it be that he really had an unclear relationship with Kang? Otherwise, how could she be so arrogant? As if she was the general manager. Lil Wang, what's going on? Kang's voice came from the office. Vice President Kang, someone said that Chairman Lai personally approved him to enter the company at any time. The woman said directly. She didn't seem to have any respect for Kang. This made Lin Yi even more suspicious. Oh. Kang was slightly surprised. He walked out of the office and saw Lin Yi. The doubt in his heart immediately turned into surprise. He quickly ran over and held Lin Yi's hand. He said excitedly, "Boss, you're here. I didn't expect this. Please come in. Lil Wang, there's nothing else for you to do. You can go now." Oh. The woman nodded and really went into the secretary's office. Lin Yi took a look and saw that the woman's computer was actually playing Plants vs. Zombies. It was even more strange. Usually, a secretary would take the initiative to serve tea when the boss had a guest. This woman, on the other hand, went back to play the game. The security guard wiped the sweat on his forehead and said to Kang, "Vice President Kang, I'll go back first." "Okay, thank you." Kang nodded and said to the security guard. "Are you used to working here?" Lin Yi looked at Kang's attire. It had only been a few months, and Kang was looking more and more like a successful businessman now. He didn't look like a student at all, and Lin Yi was quite gratified by this. It seemed like Kang had chosen the right path back then. It's not bad. President Lai often travels, so I'm in charge of the company. Although it's busy, it's fulfilling. Boss, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Kang said sincerely. Hee, let's talk inside. Lin Yi pointed inside the office and said. Okay, you see, I forgot. Please come in. Kang quickly invited Lin Yi into the office and let Lin Yi sit on the sofa. Then, she turned around and poured water for Lin Yi. This action made Lin Yi even more puzzled. What exactly did a secretary do? How's Xiaofan? Lin Yi couldn't ask directly. Although the relationship between the two was very good, it was too abrupt to ask about the relationship between Kang and the female secretary when they just met. So, Lin Yi changed the way he asked. She's good. Kang Mingming placed the tea in front of Lin Yi and said, President Lai also built a high-end community nearby as a staff welfare house. The internal price is relatively low. Xiaofan and I also bought a set, and we're already living together. We're going to hold a banquet next year, and when we're of age, we'll register our marriage. Oh. Lin Yi nodded. It seemed that the relationship between the two was not bad, but this female secretary. Lin Yi thought about it and said, other than Xiaofan, you didn't flirt with other women, right? You also know that in your position. It wasn't that Lin Yi was too controlling. If Xiaofan didn't have any opinion, it was their business if Kang wanted to find a lover. Lin Yi really didn't have any opinion. After all, this was other people's housework. But if you want to find someone, you should find a decent one, right? The beauty of the one just now could only be said to be average, and the makeup was really unflattering. This was a company, not a theatrical troupe, and the makeup was really terrible. Moreover, this person's arrogant temper and character also made Lin Yi very dissatisfied. Boss, what are you talking about? My relationship with Xiao Fan is very good. How can I find someone else? Kong was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Yi to suddenly mention this problem. To be honest, boss, if it wasn't for your help, I would still be a loser. How could I become the vice president? Xiao Fan also followed me from that time. I can't abandon her just because I became rich, right? And Xiao Fan is also very powerful now. She even got a CPA, and now she's the company's deputy finance director. If I don't keep a close eye on her, there will be a lot of people pursuing her. Lin Yi nodded and was relieved. Kang's sincerity didn't seem to be a lie, but Lin Yi was even more puzzled, so he couldn't help but say, "Your secretary." After Kong listened to Lin Yi's words, he was stunned at first, and then he understood Lin Yi's meaning. Lin Yi's previous words were probably directed at the female secretary. The female secretary's attitude and way of doing things made Lin Yi think too much. However, Kong did have something difficult to say. He hesitated and smiled bitterly. She is a backdoor entrant. What? Backdoor entrant? Lin Yi was stunned, and then he finally understood why this woman was so badass. It turned out to be a backdoor entrant. However, Lin Yi was puzzled immediately. How big of a backdoor entrant did she have to be able to make her not even put Kong, the vice president, in her eyes? Yeah, she is a backdoor entrant. I can't do anything about it, so I arranged her here to gain experience. Kong shook his head helplessly. Whose backdoor entrant is so powerful? Lin Yi asked. Even a vice president like you can't order her around. This. Kong really couldn't say. This backdoor entrant was arranged by Tang Yun's mother, Wang Yujie. It was a relative of Tang Yun's mother. At that time, with Mrs. Tang's vanity, she bragged in front of her relative that the boss behind the company was her son-in-law. Since this relative was also a vain person, she thought that she was also a relative of the boss behind the scenes, so she looked down on everyone in the company, and even Fatty Lai didn't give a damn. However, Kong couldn't say anything about Tang Yun. This was something Meng Yao and Yushu specifically told him to do. Fortunately, this female secretary didn't know Lin Yi's name, and Mrs. Tang didn't say anything, otherwise, it might really be exposed. What's wrong? Can't say. Lin Yi frowned. Chapter 2551. This. I'm not too sure, it was arranged by Mr. Lai. Kong stuttered. Fatty Lai. Lin Yi was curious. Fatty Lai didn't seem like the type to abuse his power for personal gain. Even if she was his relative, he didn't have to do this, did he? Shaking his head, he said, forget it. Tell Fatty Lai that even if she's a backdoor entrant, put her in a department without a job. This company doesn't need her alone, but forget about the secretary. She's not a secretary, she's more like a manager. This. I'll tell him. Kong smiled bitterly and nodded. Lin Yi didn't dwell on this issue. Since this woman wasn't Kang's lover, it didn't matter. Lin Yi didn't bother with her. The company was so big that it was inevitable to have connections. Fatty Lai wasn't a saint, he couldn't just ignore his friends and family. Lin Yi understood. Let's not talk about this. If there's a chance in the future, let's go to Donghai and have a meal together. Lin Yi said. Yeah, I want to go too, but the company's business is expanding rapidly these days. I don't have any time at all. Kong smiled bitterly. But it'll get better after a while. The phone on Kang's desk rang as they were conversing. Kong picked it up and said a few words before turning to Lin Yi apologetically. I'm sorry, boss, something came up again. There's a client here, inviting me over for tea. Haha, go ahead. You're also working for me, why would I mind? Lin Yi smiled. I don't have anything to do, I just came to see you on the way. Alright, I'll go to Donghai when I'm done here, boss. Kong nodded. Lin Yi and Kong left the company together and separated at the parking lot. Lin Yi looked at the time, there was still some time before school ended, so he drove back to his villa. It had been a while since he went back, and Lin Yi wanted to clean up a bit. It was almost winter break, and Meng Yao and Yushu would probably go back to Songshan. After all, they'd lived here for more than 10 years, and a change of environment wasn't something they could adapt to so quickly. In a high-class room in Songshan Starlight Hotel sat the hidden Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo. Brother, did you see it clearly? That girl beside you, she's a good furnace. Zhuang Niapeo's eyes flashed with shock and greed. That's right, it's definitely true. Niaoqiang nodded. I didn't think that we'd get such an unexpected reward this time. The two brothers came to Songshan this time because of House Chen's invitation. Qin Xiaoba had his eyes on Ziyu and wanted to take her back as his wife, but Sihua was controlling him. Xiaoba wasn't satisfied with that, so he called the two brothers from the hidden Zhuang house over to take care of things. No matter how strong Li Sihua was, he was just a dog of House Xiao. The Zhuang brothers were different, however. They had the lowest salary in House Zhuang, second only to the big brother, Zhuang Niadeo. Plus, Zhuang Niadeo was the future head of the house in name, in charge of everything in House Zhuang. To put it bluntly, Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo were more important to the hidden house. Zhuang Niadeo wasn't suited for practicing, so he gave it up and went to Donghai Engineering University to study business management. It was actually managing the house as well. Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo, on the other hand, trained in combination techniques. Both of them were Earth-class early-phase peak, but their combination attacks could defeat Earth-class mid-phase, even mid-phase peak. Even late-phase Earth-class masters wouldn't be a problem for them. This was also why they dared to say that they were invincible under Sky class at the Hidden House Summit. They were indeed very strong. This time, they came to help Qin Xiaoba. On one hand, the two brothers wanted to thank the Qin family for their contributions to the hidden Zhuang family. On the other hand, they wanted to come out and relax. Previously, during the Hidden Family Summit, the two brothers were too depressed. They wanted to show off their skills, but in the end, they didn't even dare to fight and left the stage. But now that they thought about it, not fighting Lin Yi was the best decision they'd ever made in their lifetimes. If they really did fight Lin Yi, they'd either be crippled or dead. There was no third possibility. In this period of time, House Zhuang had received a lot of news about Lin Yi. Lin Yi had injured the Sky class of the Hidden House Yu, and crippled the Earth class late phase peak of the Hidden House Zhuang. This news touched the nerves of the Hidden House Zhuang. Luckily, they didn't go against Lin Yi, or else they wouldn't even know how they died. House Zhuang was different from the other hidden houses. Elder Zhuang was only an Earth class late phase peak, and he couldn't even take one move from Lin Yi. If he went against Lin Yi, he'd be a cripple. So sometimes Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang would think that if they didn't get close to Zhuang Niapeo and Lin Yi during the Ice Palace test, they wouldn't have to be so careful now. With the protection of a god like Lin Yi, House Zhuang didn't have to worry about the other hidden houses harming them. Even though they invited the two brothers to help Qin Xiaoba, Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo didn't want to fight with House Xiao head-on. They wanted to kidnap House Xiao. The reason was that House Xiao had Sky-class masters, but House Zhuang didn't. They had to be careful. But with Lin Yi's protection, things were different. House Han was so weak in the past, but now in Donghai City, House Xiao had no choice but to lower their head. How powerful was that? Of course, everyone knew that this was a fox borrowing the tiger's power. It was all because of Lin Yi. But they were hugging onto Lin Yi's thigh, and no one could do anything about it. House Xiao dared to provoke House Han. If they provoked Lin Yi, then their whole family would be done for. But House Zhuang wanted to go to Lin Yi's side, but they couldn't. They didn't have the opportunity. If they went to Lin Yi and made him their boss, then Lin Yi would think that they had ulterior motives. He might not even accept them. Thus, the hidden Zhuang family was stuck between a rock and a hard place. In the past, the hidden Zhao family and the hidden Han family were at the bottom. After all, the hidden Zhao family didn't have a heaven rank expert. But it was different now, the hidden Zhao family also had a heaven rank expert. Chapter 2552. This time, when Zhuang Niaoqiang went out to investigate, he found out that Ziyu's Qin was a good cultivation vessel. Even Lin Yi didn't notice this point, but Zhuang Niaoqiang did. This had to do with the combination practitioner's arts and practitioner's arts. The arts and practitioner's arts were all about the combination of qi, and so there was the issue of the cauldron. I wonder what level this cultivation vessel is at. If Grandpa absorbs her qi, would he be able to break through to sky class? Zhuang Niapeo sighed. Plus, is this Qin a natural cultivation vessel or is she someone else's? We need to be clear about this, we don't want to make enemies. Let's do it secretly, no one knows. Even if she's someone else's, we can't let go of this opportunity. Zhuang Niaoqiang said, if Grandpa becomes sky class, how much benefit would it bring to the house? Look at the hidden house Xiao, isn't Elder Xiao so strong after becoming sky class? That's true. Zhuang Niapeo nodded, then second bro, can you tell Grandpa? Okay, I'll call Grandpa now. Zhuang Niapeo said. He and Zhuang Niapeo didn't think about using this cultivation vessel, since it could only be used by one person. If one of them used it, their strength would explode, and that would cause problems with the practitioner's arts and practitioner's arts. Both of them had to be around the same level to use the technique, and if one of them was too strong, it would cause problems. Zhuang Niapeo and Elder Zhuang had been plotting for a long time, and they came to the same conclusion. This was what they had to do. With Elder Zhuang's nod, Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niapeo made their move. Of course, they didn't tell Qin Xiaoba about Qin being a cultivation vessel. Xiaoba, I think the girl beside Ziyu isn't bad, too. She's fresh and pretty, too. If you want Ziyu, that girl will belong to us brothers. What do you think? Zhuang Niapeo asked. Of course, it's not a problem. Even if you let Gunslinger enjoy both of them first, it's not a problem. Qin Xiaoba's heart was bleeding when he said this. He had no other choice but to please the two Zhuo brothers. Oh, we don't want the girl you like. Us brothers naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Zhuang Niaoqiang waved his hand and shook his head, we just want the other one. Hee, then this little brother will thank you. Qin Xiaoba felt relieved and said gratefully. These two brothers of the Zhuang family are really not bad. Alright, let's move now, isn't it just a kidnapping? You're the son of an underworld boss, and you're not good enough, you still need us two brothers to do it, it's really useless. Zhuang Niapeo said. Isn't this Zihua Li's territory? I don't have much confidence, but with Gunbro and Gunslinger, there won't be any problems. Qin Xiaoba smiled as he opened the car door and invited Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang into his Mercedes-Benz MPV. He then started the car and drove towards Songshan's first high. At this time, Songshan's first school wasn't out yet, so there weren't many cars in front of the school. Qin Xiaoba parked the car in front of the school and went to the guard as promised. Uncle, I'm Ziyu's brother from your school's 5th, can you please call her out? Tell her there's some trouble at home, and it's best if she can bring a friend to help. Qin Xiaoba was dressed like a dog today, looking like a successful, sunny, and handsome man. The guard didn't have his guard up, thinking that Chen Xiaoba really was Ziyu's brother. He nodded quickly. "All right, I'll call her right now." As the guard spoke, he picked up the phone in the guard room and dialed the number of Grade 1 Class 5's homeroom teacher. He then explained the situation at the school gate to her. Ziyu and Qin Shi were people that the principal Ding Binggong personally told them about, so naturally, the homeroom teacher didn't dare neglect them. Hearing that something happened at home, she quickly told Ziyu. Ziyu thought that it was Lin Yi when she heard that her brother was looking for her. She was happy and worried at the same time. Lin Yi said something happened at home. So what exactly happened? And so, Ziyu quickly pulled Qin Shi and ran out of the school. Qin Xiaoba, on the other hand, was already hiding in the MPV, afraid that Ziyu and Qin Shi would see him like this. The reason why he said he was Ziyu's brother was because Zihua said that Ziyu had a brother, and they talked to each other before, so he pretended to be Ziyu's brother. This way, Ziyu wouldn't suspect anything. "Uncle, where's my brother?" Ziyu pulled Qin Shi to the school gates, but didn't see Lin Yi. She asked the guard. "Oh. Your brother, he was here just now. Maybe he got in the car already, it's pretty cold today." The guard didn't think much about it and pointed at the car. "All right, thank you, uncle." Ziyu brought Qin Shi to the car, and because she was in a rush, she didn't think too much and didn't put up any defenses. She was just about to knock on the door when it opened, and Zhuang Niaoqiang struck out with his hand, knocking both Ziyu and Qin Shi out before they could react. Zhuang Niapeo helped to push the two of them into the back seat of the MPV and quickly drove away from the scene. All of this happened in a few seconds. Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo were practitioners, and even if Ziyu was a delinquent girl, she wouldn't be a match for them. The guard didn't see this scene, but this scene happened to be seen by Boss Shu, who wasn't far away. Boss Shu's mission was to watch and protect Qin Shi, and he would pretend to be a scavenger around the school every day to protect Qin Shi to and from school. When he saw Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo drag Qin Shi into the car, he panicked. But he didn't dare chase after them. Other people might not know Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo, but he did. He knew what the disciples of the hidden houses looked like, and he wanted to avoid conflict with them. Boss Shu also knew how strong these two were. They were both Earth class early phase peak, so Boss Shu didn't dare to act rashly. Chapter 2553. Also, he couldn't say the hidden Zhao family's name because Boss Shu wasn't stupid. Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo kidnapped Qin Shi. They obviously found out the secret of Qin Shi's body. If he foolishly rushed up and said his name, he was afraid that he would be killed. The two brothers of the hidden Zhuang family would definitely feel that their plan was exposed. Since they couldn't do anything, they could kill Boss Shu, but if they really let Qin Shi go, then they would offend the hidden Zhao family. After pondering for a moment, Boss Shu chased after them, but he took out a super broken phone and dialed Lin Yi's number. Although he was a subordinate of the hidden Zhao family, he was now Lin Yi's lackey. Although the hidden Zhao family was powerful, it wasn't as powerful as Lin Yi. Now that he had established a partnership with Lin Yi, the first thing that Boss Shu naturally wanted to do was to find Lin Yi and let Lin Yi solve this problem. And this problem, only Lin Yi could solve it. Lin Yi hadn't even driven to the villa when the phone rang. Lin Yi picked up the phone. "Hello, I'm Lin Yi." "Mr. Lin." "I'm Boss Shu." Boss Shu said quickly while running. Chapter 2554. Therefore, Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry to let Zhu Laoda make a move. Anyway, with Zhu Laoda following him, there wouldn't be any problems. "I understand." Zhu Laoda was actually a ruthless person, but he couldn't be ruthless in front of Lin Yi. Previously, he poisoned Qin Shi's mother and wanted to kill her, which also showed that he was a ruthless person. Lin Yi continued on the highway towards Lin City. Lin City was an abbreviation. The full name of Lin City was Shanlin City. In fact, it meant the city next to Songshan. It was a small county-level city that developed later, so everyone was used to calling it Lin City. Out of the city center, there were fewer cars, and Lin Yi's speed instantly increased. Soon, he was on the highway, heading towards Lin City. Because he had confirmed the identity of the hidden Zhuang brothers, Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. Since the two of them were in a hurry to go home, they definitely wouldn't harm Qin Shi on the way home. Lin Yi only needed to catch up before they reached home. Finally, on the highway, Lin Yi saw the Mercedes-Benz Viano MPV with the license plate 4321. It seemed like Zhu Lao Da's judgment was right. Lin Yi also slowed down and slowly followed behind the car. Lin Yi didn't want to stop the car in front. Zhuang Niaqiang and Zhuang Niapeo were Earth-rank warriors. Even if the car flipped over, they wouldn't be in trouble. But Qin Shi definitely couldn't, so Lin Yi wouldn't do anything dangerous for the time being. However, although Zhuang Niaqiang and Zhuang Niapeo were arrogant, they weren't idiots. There weren't many cars on the highway, and Lin Yi's car had been following behind the Mercedes-Benz MPV, so Zhuang Niapeo, who was driving, quickly realized something was wrong. Looking at the Grand Cherokee in the rearview mirror, Zhuang Niapeo said, "Niapeo, the Grand Cherokee behind us seems to be following us." "Oh?" Zhuang Niapeo turned his head and looked behind the window. Sure enough, there was a Grand Cherokee not far away, but he wasn't worried and said, "It can't be right. This is a highway, so it's normal for there to be cars behind us. Maybe they're traveling at the same speed as us. Can it be exactly the same?" Zhuang Niaoqiang shook his head and said, "I will try to speed up." Previously, Zhuang Niaoqiang did not exceed the speed limit and only maintained a normal driving speed. After all, the two of them were not professional drivers and did not usually drive, so their driving skills were not too good. Zhuang Niaoqiang increased his speed. Lin Yi didn't intend to hide at all. He had already chased them all the way here. As long as they left the highway, Lin Yi was prepared to take down Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo. So when Zhuang Niaoqiang increased his speed, Lin Yi also increased his speed. He really did catch up. Zhuang Niapeo's face did not look good. Where did this car come from? It didn't appear before, it only appeared on the highway. That's not it, there were a lot of cars on the road, so we didn't notice it. Now that there are fewer cars on the highway, we saw it immediately. Zhuang Niaoqiang said, "If it's a blessing, then it's not a curse. If it's a curse, then we can't avoid it. Let's stop the car and take a look." Zhuang Niapeo nodded in agreement. If the people behind had bad intentions, then they wouldn't be able to avoid it. So stopping the car and taking care of it as soon as possible was the right thing to do. As long as it wasn't an expert, Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo working together shouldn't be a problem. The key was that they were afraid that the car behind them would suddenly drive over and force them to stop. Zhuang Niaoqiang's driving skills were very average. If he lost control and the car flipped over, they would be fine, but Qin Shi would be in danger. They didn't want to destroy this rare furnace. Thus, Zhuang Niaoqiang began to slow down. The car quickly stopped at the highway's emergency parking lane, and Lin Yi also stopped the car. Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo wanted to take care of it as soon as possible, so they didn't hold back. They directly got off the car and walked towards Lin Yi's Grand Cherokee. Lin Yi looked at the two aggressive brothers and sneered in his heart. He also opened the car door and got off. Ha! Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo saw the person who got off the Grand Cherokee and subconsciously stopped. Their faces showed a shocked expression and they wanted to turn around and run. They didn't know how they offended Lin Yi, but if Lin Yi caught up to them, it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. However, running away was just a dream. They hadn't even run yet, and they had already turned around. Thinking about Lin Yi's illustrious reputation, could they outrun Lin Yi? Lin Yi was a master who could even kill a heaven-class master in one hit. Wouldn't dealing with two normal Earth-class masters be a piece of cake? Master Ling. Hello. Long time no see, haha. Zhuang Niaoqiang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said incoherently. Yeah, Master Ling, what a coincidence, I didn't think we would meet here. Zhuang Niapeo also laughed dryly, but his smile was very ugly. What a coincidence. I purposely followed you guys. Lin Yi said lightly. Followed. Zhuang Niaoqiang's face suddenly changed. He couldn't help but shiver and asked carefully, Master Ling, I don't know how we brothers offended Master Ling, the girl in your car is my god sister. Lin Yi pointed at the Mercedes MPV and said. What? God sister. Zhuang Niapeo almost fainted. He had tried to guess Qin Shi's background, but no matter how much he guessed, he could only think that she was raised by some hidden house. She couldn't be any stronger, so they decided to do this. Once Elder Zhuang reached heaven class, the other hidden houses wouldn't be able to do anything. It was just like the hidden house Xiao swallowed the hidden house Yu's qi gathering pill. But now, they heard that Qin Shi was Lin Yi's god sister. This was too scary. Yeah, god sister. You know what I mean. Lin Yi smiled. Oh my god. This time it was Zhuang Niapeo's turn to faint. He was very scared. Luckily Lin Yi caught up halfway. If he really brought Qin Shi home and Grandpa used her, then wouldn't Lin Yi destroy the hidden house Zhuang? Not to mention his grandfather, who had just advanced to heaven rank, even the famous heaven rank expert of the hidden Yu family was crippled by Lin Yi. Moreover, Lin Yi only used one move at that time, so he didn't have any killing intent. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. Master Ling, I'm sorry. We didn't know Qin Shi was your sister. If we knew, we wouldn't dare even if we had the guts. Zhuang Niapeo took a deep breath and decided to tell the truth. He didn't want to hide anything. After all, lying to Lin Yi at this time was basically asking for death. Lin Yi wasn't stupid, so how could he be easily tricked? Chapter 2555. Although he didn't manage to kidnap Qin Shi this time, there was a saying, lose at the swings, gain at the mulberry. From Zhuang Niaoqiang's point of view, there was no irreconcilable enmity between the hidden Zhuang family and Lin Yi. If he lowered his stance and admitted his mistake, he could build a relationship with Lin Yi and let Lin Yi become the hidden Zhuang family's backer. That would be much more beneficial than his grandfather becoming a heaven-tier expert. The Han family didn't have a heaven-tier expert, but they were able to fight against the hidden Zhao family. Why? Wasn't it because of Lin Yi? Qin Shi, is she alright? Lin Yi nodded. Zhuang Niaoqiang didn't lie and his attitude wasn't bad, so Lin Yi didn't immediately make things difficult for him. She's fine, Master Ling. I'm sorry, this matter is our fault. Zhuang Niaoqiang said, please give us some face and visit the hidden Zhuang family. Our hidden Zhuang family will definitely show our sincerity and satisfy Master Ling. Go to your house. Lin Yi frowned. Zhuang Niaoqiang's change of attitude was a bit too fast. Lin Yi wasn't used to it. Yes, go to my house. Zhuang Niaoqiang nodded and said, Master Ling, I know you're angry, but this is how the world is. The weak are prey to the strong. This time, Qin Shi has Master Ling's backing. Our hidden Zhuang family will admit defeat and only hope for Master Ling's forgiveness. But in other words, if we kidnapped someone unrelated to Master Ling, would Master Ling care? Oh. Lin Yi had to admit that Zhuang Niaoqiang was right. If the person they kidnapped was someone Lin Yi didn't know, then Lin Yi naturally wouldn't care. Therefore, Zhuang Niaoqiang couldn't say that what Zhuang Niaoqiang did was wrong. It was just like how Lin Yi knew that the Tagan family had a profound chi necklace and wanted to steal it. If Lin Yi wasn't as strong as Tagan Dragon, then Lin Yi definitely wouldn't have succeeded. Instead, he would have lost the two spirit beast cores. However, if Lin Yi was stronger than Tagan Dragon, the outcome would be completely different. Master Ling, don't worry, we won't do anything to Qinshi anymore. Not only will we not do anything to her, we will also protect her. After all, Songshan City is very close to the neighboring city. As long as Master Ling agrees, we will send people to Songshan City. Even if Li Xi hides in House Xiao, they wouldn't dare to make a fart. Oh. Lin Yi squinted his eyes and looked at Zhuang Niaoqiang in surprise. If Zhuang Niaoqiang said that evil wanted to please Lin Yi, then it would be normal. But why did it sound like he wanted to help Lin Yi? Moreover, Zhuang Niaoqiang seemed to have Lin Yi backing him up from behind the scenes to deal with the hidden House Xiao and Sihua. Was Zhuang Niaoqiang just saying it casually, or did he have other intentions? Seeing that Lin Yi was thinking, Zhuang Niaoqiang didn't dare disturb him. He stood at the side respectfully, waiting for Lin Yi's answer. Master Ling, although our hidden house Zhuang isn't as good as the hidden house Pai, with sky-class masters, our hidden house Zhuang is still a bit stronger than the hidden house Han. For example, Chiman Dun Jia. Zhuang Niaoqiang saw that Lin Yi was hesitating. He and his second brother Zhuang Niaoqiang had been working together for many years, so their minds were connected. He immediately understood what his second brother meant. He wanted to get closer to Lin Yi, and this was actually Zhuang Niaoqiang's idea as well. He missed the opportunity back then, and now that he had such a good opportunity, he would regret it if he didn't cherish it. That's right, look at Qinshi, no one can tell that she's a good furnace. Master Ling, you're so awesome, you can even kill a heaven stage expert in a second, but in these unorthodox ways, you still can't compare to us, right? Zhuang Niaoqiang continued, if no one told you that Qinshi was a furnace, would you have been able to guess? Oh, that's true. Lin Yi nodded, then it seems like the hidden house Zhuang has some use. But how do you know about House Bai? Zhuang Niaoqiang's heart skipped a beat, but he still spoke the truth. Master Ling, I won't hide it from you. Actually, after the Hidden Noble House Summit ended, we were a bit envious of the Hidden House Han, and so we paid attention to your matters. The more we paid attention, the more we regretted it. If we could choose again, during the Ice Palace test, we wouldn't have called Zhang Naipeo boss, but you. Yeah, Master Ling, us two brothers have been looking for a chance to defect, but we didn't have the right opportunity. I didn't think that bad things would turn into good things. Zhuang Niaoqiang quickly said. If that's the case, then let's go to your house and have a look. Lin Yi nodded and said faintly. He didn't promise anything, but he didn't reject either. This already made Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo very happy. Lin Yi didn't continue to make things difficult for them, but chose to go to their house as a guest. This meant that Lin Yi already had the intention to accept them, so Zhuang Niaoqiang immediately said, Niapeo, you take Master Ling's car, I'll lead the way. Qinshi. Lin Yi pointed at Zhuang Niaoqiang's car and asked. Qinshi, she's fine. Don't worry, Master Ling, Zhuang Niaoqiang said, she just fainted, normally she'll wake up in a few hours. Alright, Lin Yi nodded, but don't call me Master Ling. You guys know my real name. Alright, we'll be like Han Xiaopa and call you boss. Zhuang Niaoqiang smiled and said. Lin Yi smiled faintly and didn't refuse. As for the hidden Zhuang family, if they really wanted to defect, then Lin Yi had no reason to push them out. Also, Lin Yi was currently making arrangements. It could be said that the aristocratic families were basically under Lin Yi's control. Next would be the hidden aristocratic families and normal sections. Only by controlling the hidden aristocratic families and normal sects would Lin Yi be able to face a higher level. These hidden houses and normal sects weren't anything special on their own, but if they were stacked together, their power would be terrifying. At the very least, they would be equivalent to the weakest ancient sect. With these resources, Lin Yi would be able to talk to the ancient powers officially, and he wouldn't be in as much of a mess as before. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Yi had to deal with these hidden aristocratic families. Only then would Lin Yi be able to focus on breaking through to the ancient level. The ancient level wasn't Lin Yi's final goal. Lin Yi's current goal was to stand higher. The two cars drove towards the neighboring city one after the other. At this time, Boss Shu also sent good news. Chapter 2556. She must have been tricked, and the person who called her out wasn't Lin Yi. The only person she'd been messing with lately was Qin Xiaoba, and the answer was obvious. Ziyu crept up from the bed and walked to the washroom. The door wasn't locked, and Qin Xiaoba didn't even want to lock the door when he showered. Ziyu could vaguely make out the face of the person inside from the crack. It really was Qin Xiaoba. Ziyu's eyes flashed with fierceness. She was a fierce person in the first place, and she didn't even bat an eyelid when she used to chop people up with a knife. She'd learned her lesson now, and it was all because of Lin Yi. But that didn't change the fierceness in her bones. Qin Xiaoba still dared to kidnap her after being warned by Zihua. How dare he? Ziyu had always been a fearless person, and with Lin Yi backing her up, she was even more fearless. Since Qin Xiaoba wasn't being nice, then Ziyu couldn't be blamed for that. Ziyu went back to her room and fell back on the bed, pretending to be unconscious as she waited for Qin Xiaoba. Qin Xiaoba hummed a tune as he took a bubble bath, feeling extremely refreshed. He was about to enjoy a beauty, and he thought to himself, "What's wrong with you, Zihua? You think you're strong? How dare you ruin his plans?" If he couldn't do it in the open, he'd do it in the dark. They were all in the underworld anyway, so he'd just have to suffer in silence. After showering, Qin Xiaoba put on his robe and walked out of the washroom. He saw Ziyu lying on the bed, her body wrapped in tight leather clothing. He couldn't stop drooling as he walked over with a smile. He, little girl, you still can't escape from me, can you? Zihua. What's so great about you? What can you do when I'm playing dirty? Qin Xiaoba mumbled to himself, ready to rip Ziyu's clothes to shreds when something happened. Ziyu, who was unconscious on the bed, jumped up all of a sudden and sent a kick at Qin Xiaoba's pillar supporting the heavens. Ziyu had used all her strength in that kick, and Qin Xiaoba wasn't prepared for it either. He was kicked right into the face by Ziyu. Paw! Qin Xiaoba let out a blood-curdling howl. That howl was even more horrifying than being tortured by the Manchurian Qing dynasty. His howl was extremely miserable. Qin Xiaoba's eyes and mouth were wide open as he knelt on the ground, his face deathly pale, crying for his father and mother. Boss Shu has been squatting on the air conditioner outside the hotel window like a Spider-Man. He was an old man with a dark heart, and he wanted to see how Ziyu would deal with Qin Xiaoba. If Ziyu was in danger, he'd be the first to step in. If she wasn't, he'd let Ziyu do her thing. Boss Shu was on Lin Yi's side now, and Ziyu would be happy if she was happy. Boss Shu's mouth twitched at the sight of Qin Xiaoba's state. He'd cripple Qin Xiaoba with one slap, and that would be worse than this. He'd probably be in a vegetative state for the rest of his life, but he wouldn't be in this much pain. Qin Xiaoba, how dare you? Why don't you ask who I am? My brother is Lin Yi. Ziyu pointed at Qin Xiaoba arrogantly and roared. Qin Xiaoba really didn't know who Lin Yi was, after all. Zihua wouldn't have had to use so much effort to hint him, he could have just said Lin Yi's name. Qin Xiaoba's level was too low, and he didn't know how famous Lin Yi was. Boss Shu's face changed. He had a phobia of Lin Yi right now, and if Ziyu were to shout this in front of the Hidden House's disciples or even the head of the house, no one would dare mess with her. This time, Chen Bawang also came. Just now, he was the one who personally drove the car to greet Chen Xiaoba. However, he was a bit depressed. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with the two brothers of the Zhuang family and treat them to a meal. But he didn't expect that the two brothers of the Zhuang family would drive away, making Chen Bawang's trip a waste. But since he was here, Chen Bawang wasn't in a rush to go back. He waited in the room next door for Chen Xiaoba to finish playing with Chen Shi, and then they'd go back together. Chen Bawang was resting when a heart-wrenching scream came from the room next door, scaring him. Wasn't that his son Chen Xiaoba's voice? Chen Bawang immediately became anxious. He got up from the bed and ran out of the room. He kicked open the door of the next room and saw his son rolling on the ground while covering his crotch. "Xiaoba, are you okay?" Chen Bawang panicked seeing his son in this state. "Dad. I'm done. Ouch." Chen Xiaoba couldn't even finish his sentence, rolling on the floor in pain. Perhaps he saw his savior, but his eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Little bitch, what did you do to my son? I'm going to kill you." Chen Bawang didn't need to guess to know what was going on. His son must have pushed Ziyu, and she fought back, kicking Chen Xiaoba in the crotch. So Chen Bawang didn't bother asking and pulled out his gun, aiming it at Ziyu. He wasn't a Jianghu, and a gun was the strongest weapon in his hands. Boss Shu was just watching the show, letting Ziyu have some fun, but seeing Chen Bawang pull out his gun, Boss Shu panicked. Ziyu wasn't a Jianghu, how could she dodge a gun? Boss Shu directly broke through the window and slapped Overlord Chen's arm that was holding the gun. His arm was smashed into pieces and the pistol fell to the ground. Who are you?" Chen Bawang did not expect that someone would come in through the window. Although his arm was in pain, he still asked in shock. He was an ambitious person. Although his arm was in pain, it was impossible for him to toss and turn like Chen Xiaoba. "Her brother sent me." Boss Shu pointed at Ziyu. "Grandpa Zhu." Ziyu knew Boss Shu, too. She was close to Chen Shi, and naturally saw Boss Shu a lot. Hearing that Boss Shu was sent by Lin Yi, she was happy but worried. "Lil, she was kidnapped too, how is she?" "Don't worry, Miss Ing. Mr. Lin went to save Lil, she himself." Boss Shu usually called Ziyu Ziyu, but now that his identity was out in the open, he couldn't do that anymore. Chapter 2557. Lin Yi bro went to save Lil she. Ziyu breathed out in relief. She was happy for Chen Shi, but at the same time, she was a little disappointed. Chen Shi liked Lin Yi, but she liked him as well. Ever since the first day Lin Yi brought her to do hairstyling, Ziyu started to like Lin Yi, bit by bit. But her liking was subtle, and by the time she realized it, Chen Shi had already expressed her feelings for Lin Yi. Ziyu couldn't fight for a man with her sister, that didn't fit her big sister character, so she could only keep it to herself. She often helped Chen Shi with her plans, but wasn't that what she wanted as well? She was using Chen Shi to make it happen. "Old thing, you're treating me like I don't exist, are you?" Chen Bawang heard Boss Shu and Ziyu talking like there was no one else around, and he was a king of the underworld, a boss of the underworld. How could he feel good being ignored like this? A small shrimp dares to talk big in front of a cultivator? Boss Shu smiled coldly and slapped him. "I won't take your life, I'll leave your life to Mr. Lin to decide." Cultivator. Chen Bawang was shocked, and this was his last thought before he fainted. His backing was the hidden house Zhuang, and he naturally knew who cultivators were. He knew how strong they were, but he never would have thought that this old man was a cultivator. Which force was he from? But Chen Bawang didn't have time to think about it and fainted. Boss Shu called Lin Yi at that moment. "Mr. Lin, Miss Ying's fine, she's fine." Chen Xiaoba's balls were crushed by Miss Ying, and Chen Bawang wanted to use a gun, but I broke his meridians and bones, turning him into a cripple. Well done. I'm heading to the hidden house Zhuang now, bring them with you. Lin Yi breathed out in relief. He knew that Ziyu wouldn't be in any trouble with Boss Shu following her, but it was still a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Hidden Zhuang family. Boss Shu paused. Mr. Lin, haven't you settled your things? Are we going to kill our way into the hidden Zhuang clan? With this thought, Boss Shu became excited. Is Lin Yi going to massacre the hidden Zhuang family? That would definitely be very hot-blooded. However, with his strength, would he be sending himself to his death by following beside Lin Yi? Kill what kill? Lin Yi smiled. The hidden Zhuang family seems to want to get close to me. I'll go take a look first. Ah. They want to. Zhu Boss wasn't stupid. Hearing Lin Yi's words, he immediately understood. Hidden Zhuang family wanted to recognize Lin Yi as their boss. Thinking about this, Boss Shu felt bitter. Why did Hidden House Han, Hidden House Pai, and even Hidden House Zhuang know that joining Lin Yi was their only way out? But why did Hidden House Xiao want to die? What good was there in going against Lin Yi? When Lin Yi got angry, he'd just destroy the entire Hidden House Xiao. Boss Shu felt a bit wronged. They were joining Lin Yi's side, so it was natural for their people to work with Lin Yi. But he had to do it sneakily. What the hell was going on? Don't be upset. Lin Yi could tell that Boss Shu was upset. He smiled. House Xiao, don't they still have Zhao Qikuan? Oh. Boss Shu's eyes lit up. That's right, they still had Zhao Qikuan. Why didn't he think of this before? If Qikuan died in the Sky Elixir School's test, then everything would be over. But what if he didn't die? With Lin Yi's support, Zhao Qikuan wouldn't be able to do anything, would he? At that time, Hidden House Xiao would turn the sky upside down. They might even split apart. I'll go right now. Boss Shu took a deep breath and made his choice. He didn't have a choice, actually. He didn't want to die, so he could only become Lin Yi's follower. With Ziyu and Chen Xiaoba and Chen Bawang in his hands, Boss Shu got in the car they were in before and sped towards the city. Lin Yi followed Zhuang Niaoqiang off the highway and got on a very smooth road. This road had a toll booth as well, but it wasn't open to the public. It only checked the cars coming and going from Hidden House Zhuang. With Zhuang Niaoqiang leading the way, and Zhuang Niapeo sitting on the side, the two cars entered the road without any obstructions. They soon arrived at a manor. The environment here was pretty much the same as Hidden House Xiao and House Han. It seemed like the hidden houses all had similar styles. Grandpa Zhuang, who had received Zhuang Niaoqiang's call, was already waiting at the entrance of the manor. In front of Lin Yi, there was nothing he could do. He was just an Earth-class late-phase peak master, while Lin Yi was a mid-phase peak Earth-class mid-phase peak. His real strength was enough to kill Sky-class masters. In front of him, Lin Yi was like a senior. The two cars stopped in front of the manor, and Elder Zhuo ignored Zhuo Niaoqiang as he walked up to Lin Yi's jeep with a smile. He opened the door for Lin Yi respectfully. Welcome, Elder Lin. Your presence brings light to our humble abode. We welcome you with open arms. Once upon a time, Elder Zhuang was very against Lin Yi at the Hidden House Summit, but things had changed. After knowing Lin Yi's ability to kill Sky-class masters, he adjusted his attitude, changing from being against him to fear and respect. Now, Hidden House Zhuang might become Lin Yi's follower. With such a great opportunity, Elder Zhuang was even more cautious, not daring to make any mistakes. You're too polite, Elder Zhuang. Lin Yi smiled faintly and accepted the title of senior. Back in the cultivator's market, third brother of the right had already called him senior, so Lin Yi was used to it. Senior Lin, please. The more indifferent Lin Yi was, the more Elder Zhuang felt that Lin Yi was amazing. As the saying goes, if Lin Yi wasn't amazing, how could he have such a demeanor? Wait, let me take a look at my sister first. Lin Yi waved his hand and walked to Zhuang Niaoqiang's Mercedes-Benz MPV. He carried Qin Shi from the back seat. Although Lin Yi already knew that Qin Shi was fine, and Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang wouldn't lie to him, but after a careful examination, he found that Qin Shi really just fainted. Chapter 2558. I'm really sorry about this. We didn't know that Miss Qin Shi is Senior Lin's godsister. If we had known, we wouldn't have dared to do this even if we had the support of an ancient sect. Elder Zhuang's words sounded nice. What he meant was that Lin Yi was very powerful. Even if he had the support of an ancient sect, he wouldn't have dared to do this. It's fine. It's not your fault for not knowing. Lin Yi didn't want to pursue this matter any further. He couldn't say that the hidden Zhuang family was in the wrong. It was just that they didn't have the same information. If they knew Qin Shi's background, they definitely wouldn't have done this. Lin Yi followed Elder Zhuang into the Zhuang family's manor. Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang didn't dare to walk beside Lin Yi. Elder Zhuang treated Lin Yi like a VIP and went straight to the most luxurious reception room of the hidden Zhuang family. This place was usually used to receive the heads of other hidden families and people from the ancient sections. Now that it was used to receive Lin Yi, it showed how much importance the Zhuang family placed on Lin Yi. Senior Lin, this is actually a misunderstanding. We, the hidden Zhuang family, want to use this opportunity to bury the hatchet. I wonder if Senior Lin can accept us. Elder Zhuang understood Lin Yi's personality a little. He knew that Lin Yi liked to go straight to the point, and didn't like to beat around the bush. He didn't bother with the pleasantries and just expressed his intention of defecting. Ha! Lin Yi smiled. What can you offer? I'll accept your Zhuang family as my underlings. If something happens to you, I'll have to help you settle it. We, the Zhuang family, will naturally follow Senior Lin's lead. Of course, in order to express our sincerity, we will offer all the good things of our Zhuang family for Senior Lin to choose. Elder Zhuang said seriously. Oh. After hearing Elder Zhuang's words, Lin Yi was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Elder Zhuang could offer such an attractive condition, which was exactly the same as the hidden Han family. One had to know that even though the hidden Han clan had pledged allegiance to Lin Yi, they had no choice but to take out all of their treasures for Lin Yi to choose from. However, the hidden Zhuang clan was different. They had only offended Lin Yi and kidnapped Qin Shi. All they had to do now was take out 1 or 2 valuable treasures and the matter would be resolved. However, the hidden Zhuang family had directly revealed their trump card. From the looks of it, they were eager to surrender and had no intention of bargaining with Lin Yi. Then let's go take a look. Lin Yi nodded, accepting the hidden Zhuang family in his heart. Lin Yi was a straightforward person, and he liked people who did things in a straightforward manner. If they hid things, Lin Yi wouldn't have bothered to deal with them. On the contrary, Lin Yi approved of the hidden Zhuang family's way of doing things. Senior Lin, please. Grandpa Zhuang heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Since Lin Yi said this, then the hidden Zhuang family's acceptance was already set in stone. Unless Lin Yi went back on his words, or the treasures in the vault were too bad, Lin Yi wouldn't be interested in them. The vault is in the manor, in the basement of my courtyard. Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang's eyes lit up. Both of them had never been to their family's vault before. Thanks to Lin Yi, they were able to go in and take a look. Lin Yi carried Qin Shi on his shoulder and didn't wake her up. He could tell that Qin Shi didn't have enough sleep. Lin Yi wanted to take this opportunity to let Qin Shi sleep a little longer. This girl was also very hard-working. Other than studying, she also had to go scavenge for the family. The design of the vault was almost the same as the hidden Han families. Lin Yi even suspected that they had a telepathic connection and found the same designer. In short, the situation was almost the same. After Grandpa Zhuang verified the fingerprint and password, the door of the vault opened. Nia Peo, Niao Qiang, what I'm going to say now, don't spread it around. Even your father, I, have never said these words. Grandpa Zhuang said, this is the core secret of our hidden Zhuang family. It's only passed down from generation to generation. But now that our hidden Zhuang family has submitted to Senior Lin, we naturally can't hide this from Senior Lin. Yes, Grandpa, we won't say anything. Zhuang Nia Peo and Zhuang Niaoqiang quickly promised. Lin Yi was a little surprised. What secret did this hidden Zhuang family have that even Zhuang Nia Peo and Zhuang Niaoqiang didn't know about it? Senior Lin, actually, the ancestors of our hidden Zhuang family originated from the Everyday and Everyday sect. Our ancestor was a disciple of the Everyday and Everyday sect, but he had a falling out with the sect leader at that time, so he left the sect and established his own sect. Although the hidden Zhuang family flourished for a while and was as powerful as the ancient times, we, the younger generation, didn't have any outstanding talents. Until now, we were only classified as a hidden family. But now, this matter has passed for a long time, even the Everyday and Everyday sect itself doesn't know about this. We also don't dare to announce that our cultivation technique came from the Everyday and Everyday sect. Not only will it attract the hostility of some righteous sects, we're also afraid that the Everyday and Everyday sect will come and ask us for the things our ancestor took away. Grandpa Zhuang explained in one breath. So, you're a branch of the Everyday and Everyday sect. Seems like you have a great background. Lin Yi was surprised. I have a grudge with the Everyday and Everyday sect, have you thought about it? We have a grudge with our ancestors. If this matter is spread out, we won't get any benefits. Grandpa Zhuang smiled bitterly. Moreover, even if Senior Lin doesn't mention this, the Everyday and Everyday sect won't care about small fries like us, right? Lin Yi nodded and said, let's see what treasures you have. Alright, this is the treasury, and that is the scripture pavilion. What does Senior Lin want to see first? Grandpa Zhuang asked. Let's see the treasures first. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said. Lin Yi didn't lack cultivation techniques and martial techniques at the moment, unless they were especially heaven-defying. Therefore, Lin Yi's attention was still on the treasures, to see if there was anything he needed. Here it is. Grandpa Zhuang led Lin Yi into one of the rooms and pointed to a row of shelves in front of them. These are the treasures of our hidden Zhuang family for many years. Chapter 2559. But, what was good in the eyes of the hidden house Zhuang was just as so-so in Lin Yi's eyes. They were all things that Lin Yi didn't care about at the hidden house's summit. He didn't even have as many things as the hidden house Hans. Seeing the disappointment in Lin Yi's eyes, old Master Zhuang's heart tightened. He remembered that Lin Yi had also won a lot of things in the hidden family's summit. Most importantly, Lin Yi had been to the hidden Han family before. It was said that the hidden Han family had found an ancient relic. In that case, the hidden Han family must have more good things than the hidden Zhuang family. It was normal for Lin Yi to be disappointed. Qianbei Lin, I'm afraid that you don't like these things, but they are the collection of our hidden Zhuang family for many years. Master Zhu said with a wry smile, the materials of these 2 qi-gathering pills are the most valuable among them. However, we don't have a third-grade alchemist in our clan, so we can't refine third-grade pills. The materials of these qi-gathering pills have been preserved for thousands of years, so they don't have much value. Master Zhu said as he pointed at a box on a shelf. Oh. Materials for qi-gathering pills. Lin Yi was surprised. He didn't expect that the hidden Zhuang family also had this thing. Yes, this is my ancestor Tsongming. I got it from the Yi school. But there are too few third-grade alchemists, and the Heavenly Elixir sect won't help us, so it has been left here. Old Master Zhuang introduced. Could it be that Mr. Lin is interested in the materials for qi gathering pills? Master Zhuang was a bit surprised. Although the material of gathering qi pill was good, it felt a bit useless. It was tasteless, but it was a pity to throw it away. It had been here for thousands of years, but it was useless. Master Zhuang's ancestors couldn't find an alchemist, so Master Zhuang didn't think that he could find an alchemist to refine it now. So he didn't have any interest in them at all. But in his opinion, Lin Yi was probably the same as when he first found out about them. At that time, old Master Zhuang was also full of confidence. But after a long time, he realized that thinking too much would only increase his worries. That's right, I'm interested in the materials for this qi gathering pill. Lin Yi nodded. Senior Lin, if you like it, you can have it. Elder Zhuang was quite quick-witted. No matter how precious this thing was, it was useless to him. He might as well give it to Lin Yi. Old Master Zhuang is straightforward. Then I won't be pretentious either. When I make the qi gathering pill, I'll need one from you. Lin Yi was quite fond of people like old Zhua who didn't beat around the bush when it came to doing things. Hee, I'm looking forward to it. Old Master Zhuang laughed. In fact, he didn't think that Lin Yi could become a grade 3 alchemist. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Lin Yi, but Lin Yi couldn't put too much effort into alchemy. Cultivation was the right way. After all, there weren't many alchemists like Heavenly Elixir's sect that concentrated on alchemy. Lin Yi could see that old Zhuo wasn't interested in it, and he understood what he was thinking. If it was that easy to concoct, old Zhuo wouldn't have given him the materials so easily. I won't look at the others. Old Master Zhuang, I just want to ask you, do you have blue crystal, pure topaz, or colored steel? Lin Yi roughly glanced at the Zhuang family's treasure vault. Lin Yi didn't bother to look for those things, so he asked directly. Blue crystal, pure topaz, colored steel. Well, I don't have pure topaz, but I do have pure purple jade, is that okay? Old Master Zhuang thought for a moment and asked. Pure purple jade. That won't be necessary. Lin Yi shook his head. There are enough materials for qi gathering pill, that's all. Not going to look at them. Elder Zhu felt a little guilty. The ingredients for the pill were precious, but they were useless to him. Lin Yi might feel like he got a treasure now, but when he went back and realized that he couldn't make the pill, he would feel like he didn't get anything better. Elder Zhu felt like he didn't get anything better. Elder Zhu felt a little guilty. No, let's go to the Sutra Pavilion to look at martial arts and mental cultivation methods. Lin Yi wasn't a greedy man, and since Elder Zhuang was on his side, he could always come and take whatever he needed. He didn't need to empty everything out. That's fine too. Old Master Zhuang didn't really care about martial arts and mental cultivation methods. Although martial arts and mental cultivation methods were not passed on to outsiders, but in his opinion, they were of little value to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was already an Earth-class peak mid-stage master. He definitely wouldn't destroy his own mental cultivation method and start from scratch. Plus, the Zhuang family didn't have external mental cultivation methods, so there was no point for Lin Yi to look at Zhuang family's mental cultivation method. As for martial arts, each martial art had a corresponding mental cultivation method. Not everyone could use it, not to mention martial arts. It was very difficult to understand a martial art. Lin Yi already had a powerful martial art, why would he need to study other people's martial arts? Therefore, in old Master Zhuang's eyes, Lin Yi was only going to look at the Sutra Pavilion. At most, he would make a copy for his collection. But since Lin Yi had requested, he could only follow Lin Yi to the Sutra Pavilion. Zhuang Niaqiang and Zhuang Niapeo were very envious of Lin Yi's qi gathering pill refining materials. These were qi gathering pills. If it was successfully refined, then eating it would mean reaching heaven class. They didn't know why their grandfather was so unenthusiastic. The two of them were still too young, and they didn't know much about medicinal pills. That's why they had this idea. But old Master Zhuang was different. He was an old man and didn't have the unrealistic expectations of his youth. Following Lin Yi to the Sutra Pavilion next door, Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niapeo respectfully stood at the side while old Master Zhuang introduced the books in the Sutra Pavilion. The hidden Zhuang family's Sutra Pavilion had a lot more books than the hidden Han family's. After all, books weren't treasures. Even if they were exchanged with others, they could still be copied and copied. The hidden Zhuang family had a long history, so it wasn't strange for them to have a lot of books. So many. All of them are mental cultivation methods and martial arts. Lin Yi asked. The ones that are useful are actually the few books on this shelf. These books are all useless martial techniques and mental cultivation methods, just for show. Old Master Zhuang revealed a bitter smile and said, most of them were exchanged with others, which were unimportant and useful. Nobody would easily exchange them. Take these books on the shelf as an example, they are the real treasures of our ancestor. Old Master Zhuang regained his sight. Chapter 2560. Oh. Lin Yi casually picked up a book and flipped through it. Sure enough. The content made Lin Yi dumbfounded. Toad fished, the difficulty level was easy. The first style was equivalent to 1/5 of a normal martial skill's power. Although it was easy to practice, it was useless in Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi flipped through another book, it was also similar. Just like what Elder Zhuang said, it was just for show, but had no practical use. Is that so? Elder Zhuang smiled bitterly. Senior Lin, why don't you take a look at these basic martial skills and heart sutras? All right. Lin Yi nodded and turned his attention to the other martial arts and practitioners' arts that were placed separately. This is our hidden Zhuang family's heart sutras. Our hidden Zhuang family's heart sutras are all based on the metal attribute, which focuses on ferociousness and big movements. Old Master Zhuang said, I practice a mental cultivation method that focuses solely on the metal attribute, while Bird Spear Zhuang and Bird Pao Zhuang practice a mental cultivation method that combines the metal attribute. Only when the two of them act together can they release the greatest power, but if they act alone, they will be much weaker. Oh. There's a two-person joint attack heart sutras. Lin Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect this hidden Zhuang family to have such good stuff. Yes, this heart sutras is a very mysterious heart sutras. It was only passed down in the ancient times. My ancestor happened to get some treasures from the everyday sect, and one of them was this heart sutras. Elder Zhuang said. Then this heart sutras can make two people's strength superimpose, and become a more powerful combination. Lin Yi understood the meaning of the heart sutras. You can say that. Bird Spear and Bird Pao are both at the peak of early Earth class, but if two people use this heart sutras at the same time, it will be equivalent to the peak of late Earth class. Combined with the martial skill, it will be even more powerful. Elder Zhuang said. Indeed powerful. Lin Yi was surprised, but this heart sutras can only be practiced by two people at the same time. Is there no effect if you cultivate alone? When Lin Yi saw this mental cultivation method, the first thing that came to his mind was whether he could combine with Han Jingjing to refine pills together. If it was possible, the strength of the two of them together, even if it was not heaven stage, it should be more or less the same. After all, Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo could reach the peak of Earth stage late stage. That Lin Yi was at the peak of Earth stage mid stage, and Han Jingjing was at the early Earth stage early stage. According to the amount of Zhen Qi in their bodies, it should be about the same. Therefore, Lin Yi asked while suppressing the excitement in his heart. If he succeeded, he would be able to refine a third-grade elixir in advance. Not only would he be able to refine the Ice Heart Jade Bone Pill that he promised Rock Candy, but there was also hope for the chi amassing pill. With so many chi gathering pills, Lin Yi would be able to mass-produce several sky-tier experts. This was also the reason why Lin Yi was so desperate. Once Lin Yi reached heaven rank, he could mass-produce some earth rank late-phase peak experts. Then, with a chi amassing pill, they could break through to heaven rank. At that time, Lin Yi would be able to talk to the ancient powerhouses face to face. Just thinking about it made people excited. Although they were all heaven rank initial stage experts, it was still not a small force. At the very least, it was similar to the weakest ancient family or ancient sect. At that time, even Bingtang would not be able to look down on Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought evilly. Only when two people practice it at the same time can their strength be superimposed. If only one person practices it, then the person who practices it will only be able to superimpose half of his strength on another person who has not practiced it before. The power will be greatly reduced, and after the superimposed half of the strength, it will not be able to be taken back. Grandpa Zhua said. Can't be taken back. Then it will be given to another person. Lin Yi asked. No, when you stop practicing the mantra, the chi that was given to the other person will disappear. It will not be absorbed by another person. Grandpa Zhua smiled bitterly and said, this is also the reason why the shotgun and bird cannon are practiced at the same time. If one person practices it alone, there will be too many disadvantages. This mantra is not meant for one person. Is that so? Lin Yi was a little disappointed. If two people practiced it, then he and Han Jingjing would have to practice this mantra at the same time if they wanted to combine their strength. It was a mantra, but it was really difficult to practice a mantra from the beginning. Yes, but Senior Lin, you don't have to worry about this. After all, a practitioner can only practice one mantra. This is an unchangeable rule. Very few practitioners practice two mantras at the same time. Grandpa Zhua said, you can't do two things at the same time. If you want to practice another mantra, you will have to give up the mantra you are practicing now. Furthermore, it might not even succeed. Who knows, you might suffer a double loss and not be able to cultivate at all. So, Senior Lin wouldn't do something like putting the cart before the horse, right? That's true. Lin Yi suddenly recalled that it was true. When he was helping Meng Yao and Qin Jianshu to practice their mantras, he had also looked through a lot of information about practitioners. It was precisely because a practitioner could only practice one mantra that Lin Yi didn't help Meng Yao and Qin Jianshu to choose. After all, it was fine if they chose the right one, but if they chose the wrong one, it would be the same as harming them. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed like his idea was good, but it was hard to put it into practice. No matter how good the mantra was, Lin Yi couldn't practice it himself, let alone Han Jingjing. The art of dragon mastery was Lin Yi's trump card. How could he just give it up so easily? That would be a waste of a heavenly treasure. This is a joint attack, and it can be used together with the mantra. It won't be of much use to Senior Lin. It's fine to keep it, but to practice it. Grandpa Zhua shook his head. Senior Lin should be practicing a fire element martial art, right? As for my martial art, although it's meant for one person, it doesn't suit Senior Lin's mantra, so I don't think you can practice it. Oh, forget it then. Lin Yi waved his hand. I'll make a copy of this mantra and martial art. I don't need the others. All right. Lin Yi wanting to make a copy of the mantra and martial art was not out of Grandpa Zhua's expectation. Normally, even if practitioners couldn't practice it themselves, they would still like to collect some martial arts and mantras. Chapter 2561. It was just like how Elder Zhuang exchanged all those useless arts and techniques with other people, but Lin Yi only copied the combination arts and techniques, not the ones that could be used by a single person. This made Elder Zhuang feel weirded. Why didn't Lin Yi copy everything? But Lin Yi's thoughts weren't something he could guess. Elder Zhuang asked Zhuang Niaoqiang to make a copy of the technique. He said that it was a copy, but in this high-tech era, there wasn't even a need to copy the technique. They could just make a copy. He took the copies of the practitioner's arts and techniques, and left the hidden house Zhuang's treasury. At this time, Lin Yi got a call from Zhu Boss. He was at the road leading to the hidden house, but the guards didn't let him in. Wait a minute. Lin Yi passed the phone to Elder Zhuang. My men are here, but they're stopped at the road. Can you talk to them? Yes, Senior Lin. Elder Zhuang hurriedly took over the phone and said something to the other end of the line. Then the guard at the road hurriedly let them pass. In the guest room, Lin Yi saw Ziyu and Zhu Boss, who were perfectly fine. Chen Shi, however, wasn't awake yet, still on Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi bro, what's wrong with Shi? Ziyu pointed at Chen Shi on Lin Yi's shoulder, surprised. She was the only one who dared to talk like this in front of Lin Yi. Zhu Boss, Elder Zhuang, Zhuang Niaoqiang, and Zhuang Niapeo all stood on the side respectfully. She fainted, but I saw that she didn't have enough sleep, so I let her sleep for a bit. Lin Yi said. Don't worry about her. Ah. I recognize them. It's these two little bastards who beat this old mother. Knocked this miss unconscious. Ziyu saw Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo not far behind Lin Yi, and she got so excited that she blurted out words like, your mother, but remembering that Lin Yi didn't want her to swear, she quickly changed it. She was still staring at Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niapeo angrily, wanting to eat them alive. Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang looked at each other helplessly. They were impressed by Ziyu's memory, remembering their faces in an instant. But this girl seemed to be Lin Yi's sister, or else she wouldn't be talking to Lin Yi like that. So Zhuang Niaoqiang and Zhuang Niapeo carefully explained, sorry, we didn't do it on purpose, not on purpose. You clearly did it on purpose. Ziyu said. Ugh. That. Zhuang Niapeo was a bit awkward, it was on purpose, but saying it wasn't on purpose would be like lying through their teeth. He was just looking for an excuse, and Ziyu took it seriously. I'm Senior Lin's follower now, we're on the same side. Can we let bygones be bygones? Follower. Ziyu paused and looked at Lin Yi, confused. He's really your follower? Yeah, but I just met him. Lin Yi nodded. Since you're Lin Yi bro's followers, then naturally you're my follower too. Aren't you going to call me Big Sis? Ziyu pointed at Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang. Ugh. Hi, Big Sis. Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang quickly greeted. That's more like it. I'll remember what you did to me before, so I won't punish you. But whatever I tell you to do, just be quick. Ziyu wasn't stupid, she could tell that Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang weren't normal people. Living in a manner like this, how could they be nobodies? Having two followers like this was a good thing. They were much more useful than Rollercoasters. Alright, no problem. Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang were worried that they couldn't find a chance to work for Lin Yi. Now that they were working for Lin Yi's sister, it'd be the same. Lin Yi would have no choice but to accept them. But Lin Yi didn't say anything. Since House Zhuang wanted to expand to Songshan, then it'd be good for Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang to look after Ziyu and Chen Shi. At least they were more reliable than Sihuali. Rollercoasters didn't dare go against House Zhuang, but his reputation was too low. He couldn't even handle Chen Xiaoba. Mr. Lin, I've brought Chen Xiaoba and Chen Bawang. They're in the car at the door, what do you think? Boss Shu asked after Ziyu and the brothers finished talking. Oh. You brought them. Lin Yi nodded and turned to Elder Zhuang. Elder Zhuang, Chen Bawang and his son are still part of House Zhuang. Since you brought them here, it's up to you to decide what to do with them. Niapeo, Niaoqiang, bury them. Elder Zhuang was a bit annoyed at the mention of Qin Bawang and his son. He almost lost his life because of that, bringing the entire hidden house Zhuang down with him. Although the result was good, it was also a coincidence. If he waited until he used Qin Shi, then everything would be over. And the cause of all of this was Qin Xiaoba's lust for Ziyu's beauty. So even without Qin Shi, if Ziyu was ruined by Qin Xiaoba, then Lin Yi wouldn't let House Zhuang off so easily. So Elder Zhuang gave the death sentence to these two troublemakers. They were going to expand in Songshan anyways, and they'd just have to find someone to support them. They might not have anything else, but it was easy to find a spokesperson. Yes, Grandpa. Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang replied, but they didn't move immediately. Instead, they turned to Lin Yi. Boss, what do you think? Zhuang Niapeo and Niaoqiang didn't listen to Elder Zhuang's orders, but didn't make Elder Zhuang angry. Instead, it made him happy. It seemed that his two grandsons weren't just training stupidly. They were quite smooth and knew how to please Lin Yi. Let's listen to Elder Zhuang. Lin Yi said faintly, there's a person called Zhou Tiandi in Songshan. He's not bad, you can train him to be your spokesperson. Zhou Tiandi and Zhou Ruoming were too low in Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi couldn't just take them in as followers. After all, they weren't practitioners, and Lin Yi couldn't train them. But since they had been helping Lin Yi, Ziyu, and Qin Shi, Lin Yi decided to help them out. Yes. Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang left with Boss Zhu, preparing to dig a hole. Elder Zhuang heard Lin Yi's words and remembered Zhou Tiandi's name immediately. Hidden House Xiao. Elder Zhuang was worried about the Hidden House Xiao's reaction since Songshan City used to be their territory. Chapter 2562. Yes, Senior Lin. Elder Zhuang was delighted at Lin Yi's support. He thought that he wouldn't support Lin Yi too much if he didn't show enough sincerity. But now, it seemed like Lin Yi was really supporting the Hidden House Zhuang. About the business in Songshan, should I transfer a portion of the profits to Senior Lin's account regularly, or, it's fine, just donate it to the Songshan orphanage? Lin Yi said with a wave of his hand. He didn't lack the money, so he might as well donate it to Xiaoke and let her improve the orphanage. Okay. Elder Zhuang nodded, remembering the name of another Songshan orphanage in his mind. He was old, and naturally knew that this was the orphanage Lin Yi was looking out for. He'd included this orphanage in his list of protection. Soon, Zhuang Niapeo, Zhuang Niaoqiang, and Boss Zhu came back. It seemed like they had taken care of Qin Bawang and Qin Xiaoba. Senior Lin, you won't be able to see these two anymore, Zhuang Niapeo said carefully. Okay, Boss Zhu, introduce yourselves. Take care of them in Songshan in the future. Lin Yi looked at Boss Zhu. Boss Zhu gritted his teeth. He knew that if his identity was exposed here, it would mean that he would become enemies with the Hidden House Xiao and Zhao Qibing. But he had no choice. If he didn't show his true colors, he would end up the same as Qin Bawang and Qin Xiaoba. Boss Zhu, I'm from the Hidden House Xiao. Currently, I'm Mr. Lin's subordinate, Boss Zhu introduced himself. Oh. Hidden House Xiao. Elder Zhuang was startled. He didn't expect Boss Zhu to have this identity. They were going to Songshan to develop, so they would be enemies with the Hidden House Xiao. Now that Boss Zhu was Lin Yi's subordinate, what did that mean? Could it be that the Hidden House Xiao had already joined Lin Yi's side? But he didn't hear about it. Of course, in front of everyone, I'm just Mr. Lin's subordinate. I have nothing to do with the Hidden House Xiao, Boss Zhu explained. Oh. Elder Zhuang nodded, understanding the relationship between the two. So Boss Zhu didn't represent the Hidden House Xiaos, and wasn't that close to them. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You guys only need to use my name to develop your business in Songshan. I believe that Sihua will back off, Lin Yi said. Alright, Senior Lin, I'll leave you to your work. Elder Zhuang wanted Lin Yi to stay for dinner, but it seemed that Lin Yi didn't have that intention at all. Everything was settled now, as long as Lin Yi agreed to let House Zhuang use Lin Yi's name to do things. Lin Yi's name was a golden signboard. Wasn't that what the hidden house Han was relying on? Lin Yi nodded and brought Ziyu and Qin Shi out of hidden Zhuang house with Boss Zhu. Lin Yi still had a lot of things he wanted to ask Boss Zhu, so he didn't want to linger. Of course, he didn't want Ziyu and Qin Shi to hear this. Ziyu, I'll send you guys home. Lin Yi asked. Sure. Ziyu was very obedient in front of Lin Yi. Boss Zhu drove, and Lin Yi sat in the front passenger seat. Ziyu sat in the back, looking after Qin Shi. The car slowly drove out of the manor. Ziyu was curious. Why did Boss Zhu say that he was from the hidden house Xiao? What kind of house was the hidden house Xiao? It sounded really powerful. Wasn't he just a trash picker? But she couldn't ask if Lin Yi didn't explain. Just as she was getting curious, she heard Lin Yi say, Ziyu, don't tell Qin Shi about what happened today, she's a pure girl, and I don't want her to know too much about these things. Ziyu was going crazy after hearing Lin Yi's words. What did he mean? She wasn't pure. She could do whatever she wanted. She was happy that Lin Yi was treating Qin Shi well, but at the same time, she wasn't too happy about it. You're different from Qin Shi. You used to be a big sister, and it's normal for you to kill people with a knife. You didn't have any expression when you saw Chen Xiaoba and Chen Bawang getting buried today, so there's no harm in you knowing some things. Lin Yi continued. Oh. Ziyu was happy. Didn't Lin Yi mean that she knew more secrets? Did that mean she was stronger than Qin Shi? Ziyu was happy again at the thought. Also, don't talk about Boss Zhu's identity. Let him protect Qin Shi quietly. Lin Yi said. Okay. Ziyu felt that she was an adult now, and she could talk to Lin Yi on equal footing. Didn't that mean she had a chance? Ziyu's heart sped up. What's wrong? Why's your expression so unnatural? Lin Yi turned to look at Ziyu, curious. No. It's nothing, I just feel like Lin Yi bro trusts me, and I'll keep it a secret. Ziyu said. Oh. Lin Yi nodded, not thinking much about it. It was about time, so Lin Yi didn't treat Ziyu to dinner. He carried Qin Shi to her place and left with Boss Zhu. Ziyu was a little disappointed. She wanted to wake Qin Shi up, but she didn't even see Lin Yi come. She'd be very disappointed if she woke up. Ziyu knew Qin Shi very well, she didn't say it, but she thought about Lin Yi every day, hoping that Lin Yi would come to visit them. Just this afternoon, Ziyu said that Lin Yi came to school to look for them. Qin Shi was so happy that her face was red. It seemed like she had to hide it from Qin Shi. Who knew what excuse she'd come up with to explain what happened? Ziyu felt a headache coming on. Only Lin Yi and Boss Zhu were left in the car. Lin Yi looked at Boss Zhu. Tell me, what happened to Qin Shi? Chapter 2563. Lin Yi nodded, things were pretty much what he guessed. What does Qin Shi need to do to become a human cauldron? What does Xiao Guangyin want? You know that the hidden house Xiao and house Zhuang were pretty much the same. They didn't have a sky class, and they were at the bottom of the hidden houses. Just the marriage with House Yu wasn't enough. They wanted to develop and find a backer for their family, and that's always been their dream. Boss Zhu said, so once Qin Shi succeeds, she'll be given to an ancient sect's young prodigy as a human cauldron, in exchange for an ancient backer for the hidden house Xiao. I see. Lin Yi nodded, no wonder the hidden house Xiao didn't get close to him, they had a trump card. But that was to be expected. After all, an ancient backer was nothing compared to Lin Yi. It was just that the Hidden House Xiao's people were all short-sighted, and neglected Lin Yi's growth. In such a short period of time, Lin Yi went from a golden class master that Uncle Zhu could injure to an earth class mid-phase peak who could kill sky class instantly. This kind of growth speed was simply amazing. Lin Yi might not have the power of an ancient fighter now, but what about after a while? If they knew about Lin Yi's plan to mass-produce sky-class fighters, they wouldn't think this way. Protect Chen Shi, tell me before they touch her, Lin Yi said. Yes, Mr. Lin. Boss Zhu didn't understand why Lin Yi didn't do anything to the Hidden House Xiao yet. With Lin Yi's power, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes? What he didn't know was that although Lin Yi could destroy the Hidden House Xiao, Lin Yi had to spend a lot of effort to do so. He could only ambush them one by one, and once the other hidden houses that had a grudge against Lin Yi felt that Lin Yi had become a threat, they would band together and fight Lin Yi to the death. At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as a life and death struggle. Lin Yi was very clear about his abilities. Although ambushing a heaven rank wasn't a problem, facing a few heaven rank masters head-on was basically courting death. Now, as long as Lin Yi didn't completely destroy their families, they wouldn't band together. They all had their own plans, and no one wanted to go against Lin Yi and get killed by Lin Yi. So they maintained a delicate balance. What Lin Yi needed to do was to maintain this balance as much as possible, to get more hidden houses to lean towards him. If he could turn enemies into friends, he would. If he couldn't, at least before Lin Yi had complete confidence, he wouldn't make a move against them. Yes, your brother, Zhu Er, how's his injury? Lin Yi asked faintly. He wanted Zhu Boss to follow him wholeheartedly, so he had to give him some benefits. Zhu Er's injury was this opportunity. If Lin Yi healed him, then Zhu Boss would definitely follow Lin Yi wholeheartedly. Zhu Boss heard Lin Yi's question, and his expression froze. His eyes flashed with disbelief. He's crippled now, Mr. Lin, you mean, find a suitable opportunity, I'll heal him. Lin Yi nodded and said faintly, do your best, I'll increase Zhu's strength a bit. It's not impossible for him to reach Mystic late phase peak. Zhu Boss didn't think that Lin Yi really wanted to heal him. Not only that, but he was going to increase his strength to Mystic late phase peak. This was great news. One had to know that Zhu Boss' original plan was to heal his meridians and let him walk the path of a practitioner again. But now, Lin Yi's promise far exceeded his expectations. This was the first time Zhu Boss had the urge to follow Lin Yi with all his heart. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Lin Yi waved his hand. Actually, you should be able to see that I've never mistreated those who work for me wholeheartedly. Whether it's the common world House Lu, House Wu, Hidden House Han, or House Pai, they all received benefits. I understand, don't worry, Mr. Lin. From now on, us two brothers will follow Mr. Lin everywhere. Zhu Boss said excitedly. I still have some small chi gathering pills with me. If he wants to break through to Earth class, it's not impossible, Lin Yi smiled, it depends on you two brothers' performance. I understand. Zhu Boss said excitedly. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Upstairs, Ziyu put Qin Shi on the bed, and she woke up not long after. She'd been asleep for a while now, and her stamina had long recovered. She sat up in a daze and looked around curiously, a little surprised. Why am I home? Qin Shi rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. Ziyu sis. Are you there? You're awake. Ziyu heard Qin Shi's voice and walked into the bedroom. Did I fall asleep? Qin Shi looked at Ziyu suspiciously. Ziyu sis, aren't we at school? How come we're home so fast? I remember. Lin Yi bro came, did we go to the school gate to look for him? Where's Lin Yi bro? Ugh. Ziyu's head hurt. She looked at Qinshi, unable to tell her the truth. Lin Yi evidently didn't want Qinshi to come into contact with violence, so she could only say vaguely, "It's like this, didn't we go to the school gate to look for Lin Yi bro?" It wasn't Lin Yi bro, it was Qin Xiaoba in disguise. He wanted revenge, and when we opened the car door, Qin Xiaoba's lackeys knocked you out, so I fought with them. You know I used to be a big sister, right? I'm pretty good at dealing with gangsters like this. Ah. I see. She was a little shocked and disappointed that Lin Yi didn't really come. Those people were pretty bad, weren't you? You're not hurt, are you? No, they're too weak in front of your Ziyu sis. Ziyu said, so I fought them off and saw you fainted, so I carried you home. Chapter 2564. Ugh. Ziyu realized that her words weren't very realistic, it didn't make sense. She should be doing what Qinshi said, going back to school or the infirmary first. Why would she go home? School wasn't even over yet. But Ziyu's brain was quick, she thought of a plan right away. Yes, it's Grandpa Zhu. He was scavenging near the school, so I called him over to help. The two of us carried you back. I see. Qinshi nodded, believing Ziyu's words. After all, Boss Zhu often scavenged near the school, and Qinshi knew about it. Then I'll have to go thank Grandpa Zhu personally. With that, Qinshi got up to go find Boss Zhu. She was a very polite girl, and since Boss Zhu helped carry her back, she naturally wouldn't act like she didn't know. Ah. Don't go. Ziyu jumped. Boss Zhu was talking to Lin Yi downstairs. Where was Qinshi supposed to go find Boss Zhu? What's wrong? Ziyu sis. Qinshi said, startled by Ziyu's reaction. Grandpa Zhu has a guest. Ziyu said. A guest? Qinshi was even more curious. She'd known Boss Zhu for so many years, and she never knew that he had any friends. The only guests in his house were her and her mom, right? So Qinshi subconsciously thought that her mom was at Boss Zhu's house. It's fine, having a guest doesn't stop me from saying thanks. Ziyu sis, I'll be going first. Ziyu saw that Qinshi was leaving and quickly pulled her back. Don't go, Grandpa Zhu isn't home. He's talking to Lin Yi downstairs. Wah. In her panic, Ziyu spilled the beans and brought up Lin Yi's name. Lin Yi bro's here? Downstairs. Qinshi paused and turned to Ziyu. No, I mean, Grandpa Zhu is scavenging in the forest downstairs. Ziyu quickly changed her words, but the pronunciation was quite similar. Grandpa Zhu is scavenging in the forest downstairs? Qinshi's eyes widened. There's a forest downstairs. There are no forests in our district, right? That's my mistake. I meant the little garden in the district, Ziyu explained. Little garden. Qinshi was even more puzzled. There are people from the property management company cleaning the small garden every day. Where is there anything to pick up? Qinshi often went scavenging with Boss Zhu, and she knew very well whether or not they could find anything in the little garden. Ziyu's words were very strange to her. I don't know either. Ziyu was getting a headache, not expecting Qinshi to be this gullible. She wouldn't have kept it a secret if she'd known earlier. She could have just said that Lin Yi was here too, and he helped her beat Qin Xiaoba away. But Ziyu didn't think about it before. She wanted to keep things simple and cover up the violence, but the lies were getting harder and harder to cover up. She had to tell 10 lies to cover up, and it was really troublesome. Ziyu couldn't cover up her own lies anymore, so she stopped. Ziyu sis, are you hiding something from me? Qinshi was starting to get suspicious. She stood up and walked out of the room. I'll go to the balcony and see what Grandpa Zhu is doing. All right. Don't go, I'll tell you the truth. Ziyu saw that she was going to the balcony, and she knew that things were going to be exposed. Lin Yi's jeep was parked downstairs, and she would definitely recognize it. Ziyu might as well just say it instead of letting she see through it herself. Ziyu sis. You're hiding something from me. She was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Ziyu to really lie to her. Man, I'll tell you the truth. Lin Yi bro saved us, he beat Qin Xiaoba and the others away. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to beat that many people. Ziyu explained, but Lin Yi bro seemed to be looking for Grandpa Zhu, so he went to his car to talk. I was afraid that you'd be disappointed if Lin Yi bro came, so I didn't tell you. Ah, is that so? She lowered her eyes, disappointed. He doesn't like talking to me. No, what are you thinking? Ziyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. See, I told you not to tell you, you'd be disappointed if I did. Actually, Lin Yi bro didn't let me wake you up on purpose. He saw that you've been lacking sleep lately, so he told me to let you sleep a bit more, until you wake up naturally. He really cares about you. Really? She had been going out with Zhu Lao a lot these days, and she had to do her homework when she came back, so it was true that she wasn't getting enough sleep. Lin Yi was a doctor, too, and it wasn't hard for him to see that. Of course it's true. Ziyu nodded. Plus, you don't know this whole way, but Lin Yi bro was always carrying you carefully, afraid that you'd wake up. He didn't even let us touch you. Being carried by Lin Yi bro, I'm so jealous. Aw. She's face blushed, and all the disappointment was gone. She became happy again. Then why didn't you tell me, Ziyu sis? I'm pretty happy. Lil Hashi's heart's moved. Ziyu teased as she looked at She's shy face. But since you're awake, and Lin Yi bro hasn't left yet, why don't you call him and ask him to come up? Aw. Ask Lin Yi bro to come up. Call me. She was a bit tempted, but she still said, isn't that a bad idea? Lin Yi bro's already gone, and if I call him back, he's still here, isn't he? He left before because you weren't awake, and he didn't know how long you were going to sleep for, so he left first. But it's different now, you're awake. Ziyu said. That isn't too good, right? She was a bit embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? Ziyu frowned. I'm telling you, Lin Yi bro has a lot of beauties around him. If you don't work hard, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I'll be blunt, but do you want to be alone like Auntie for the rest of your life? Chapter 2565. Plus, think about it. Relationships are built bit by bit. You can't just imagine it to heat up all of a sudden, can you? That's not realistic. Ziyu said. You don't have many chances to see Lin Yi bro anymore. If you don't take advantage of the time, when will you get to see Lin Yi bro again? Every time you see Lin Yi bro, your relationship will heat up, and as time goes by, it'll happen naturally. But if you don't see him, the chance will slip away. Is that so? She thought about it. It did make sense. She nodded and made up her mind. Then I'll let Lin Yi bro come up and sit for a while. That's right, you just need to express your gratitude. It's not a big deal. Ziyu said. Okay. She let out a breath of relief. Then I'll make the call now. Wait, you still need to prepare. Ziyu stopped her. Prepare? What do I need to prepare? She looked at Ziyu strangely. Of course I need to create a romantic atmosphere. Ziyu said. Right now, Lin Yi bro probably sees you as a little girl, so I think you should change his mindset. Let him think that you're not a little girl anymore, but a young girl. Aw. How? How do I do that? She blushed. She was a little embarrassed, but she felt that Ziyu's words made sense. It was true that Lin Yi always saw her as a little girl, but she didn't think that way. She already liked Lin Yi, and she didn't want to be a little girl forever. Look at you, wearing a jacket at home. How can that show off your body? Ziyu said as she took off Shi's jacket. You need to wear less at home. If you want Lin Yi bro to think that you're a young girl and not a little girl, you need to show off your body. But, isn't this a little too little? She took off her jacket, leaving only a small vest inside, and it was a low-cut vest. It really made her feel embarrassed. Little. That's a lot. Ziyu shook her head. No, you have to keep taking it off. Take off your bra too. What? She jumped, holding her chest subconsciously, stuttering. Bra. Bra off too. Yeah, you need to know what it means to be hazy. Like this, you don't wear a bra and a thin tank top, you'll look hazy and beautiful. Lin Yi bro will like that for sure. Ziyu said. This. I don't think so. She was a very thin-skinned girl, how could she do such a bold thing? Why not? Of course. Ziyu said. You're also trying to change Lin Yi's image of his sister like this, shocking him. My sister can't be that sexy. She still couldn't make up her mind. Let's forget about the bra this time, can we do it next time? How can we do it next time? How about this, I'll take it off too and give you a demonstration. I'll keep you company, so you won't be too lonely. With that, she took off her jacket and put her hands into her shirt, unbuttoning her bra and throwing it to the side. See, I've already demonstrated it. Why aren't you taking it off? Ziyu actually had her own plans. She didn't want to fight with Shi for anything, but it wasn't like Lin Yi only had one girlfriend, right? Shi becoming Lin Yi's girlfriend meant that she could get a buy one get one free too, right? But the prerequisite was that Lin Yi had to like her before she could give it to him. Otherwise, if Shi became his girlfriend, she'd still be the sister. That'd be a tragedy. And so Ziyu decided to change Lin Yi's image of her, turning her from a little sister to a sexy beauty. Aw. Ziyu sis, you don't have to keep me company. Ziyu's sacrifice touched Shi. Ziyu was an outsider, and if she didn't, wouldn't she be letting down Ziyu's good intentions? Ziyu's heart was in her throat. With that thought, Shi gritted her teeth and threw her bra to the side, but her tank top was different from Ziyu's shirt. It was too low cut, and the slightest movement would reveal her white bunnies, making Shi very shy. This isn't good, is it? She looked at her chest and then at Ziyu's. Yours is much tighter than mine. Should I change my shirt too? Change what? Ziyu said, disappointed. I'm the one who told you to show your girly side in front of Lin Yi, not me. What are you trying to compete with me? She thought about it. Ziyu had already demonstrated it, and if she still couldn't do it, wouldn't she be letting down Ziyu's good intentions? So she nodded, gritting her teeth. Alright, I'll call Lin Yi bro now. But, perhaps out of nervousness, she used one hand to make the call and the other to hold the collar of her tank top, not letting herself be exposed. Ziyu looked at how careful she was, a little helpless. There was nothing she could do. Ziyu was satisfied that she could get this far. She'd take it slow in the future. Lin Yi was talking to Boss Shu when the phone rang. Lin Yi looked at the caller ID, it was Shi's number. After Ziyu and Shi entered high school, Lin Yi bought Shi a phone as well, but she rarely used it. Lin Yi picked it up. Lin Yi bro, it's me, Shi said, a little embarrassed at what she was about to do. You're awake. Lin Yi wasn't expecting her to wake up this fast. Yeah, I'm awake. Thank you Lin Yi bro for saving me and Ziyu sis, and for bringing me home, Chin-shi said softly. Lin Yi bro, did you leave? I'm still downstairs. Since you're awake, I'll go see you. Lin Yi, of course, knew what she meant. He smiled and didn't say anything, asking to see Chin-shi. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. Chin-shi was very happy, she didn't even say anything and Lin Yi came. Chapter 2566. Alright, I'll go right now. Boss Shu was a scavenger on the surface, but he wasn't poor at all. After a while, Boss Shu came back with 2 bags in his hands. Lin Yi took a look and saw that one was papaya, and the other was milk. Lin Yi was speechless. He was visiting 2 girls, and this was what he got. Wasn't this going to cause a misunderstanding? Lin Yi was a doctor, how could he not know that papaya and milk were breast enlargement food? If he gave it to Ziyu and Chin-shi, wouldn't they die from misunderstanding? Seeing that Lin Yi's face didn't look too good, Boss Shu said worriedly, Mr. Lin, in the supermarket, only the papaya looks fresh. The other fruits aren't so fresh, so I bought a box of milk. Is that too little? Ugh. You don't know what these 2 things are. Lin Yi looked at Boss Shu, but an old man like him probably didn't have the time to study breast enlargements. He shook his head, it's fine, it's too little. You should at least buy something else, right? Papaya and milk. Lin Yi would be embarrassed if he gave it to Lin Yi, but with something else, it wouldn't be so obvious. It's night now, and there aren't any fresh fruits. The grapes aren't bad, though. Some are rotten, but some are good, Boss Shu said. Should I go pick some more? Go. Lin Yi nodded. And so, Boss Shu went to buy grapes again. This time, it was a little longer, and he came back with a bag of grapes. Mr. Lin, this is all I got. Is it okay? Alright, let's go. I'll go see Chin-shi and Ziyu, you go home and rest. Lin Yi locked the car and went upstairs with Boss Shu. Alright, Mr. Lin. Boss Shu went back to his house while Lin Yi went to Ziyu and Chin-shi's room, knocking on the door. Soon, the door opened, and Ziyu was the one who opened it. Chin-shi had her hand on her chest, and it wasn't convenient for her to open the door. Ziyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Yi bro, you're here. Ziyu said happily when she saw Lin Yi. Well, since little she has woken up and I haven't left yet, I came back to take a look. Lin Yi nodded. I bought some fruits for you. Little she, what are you waiting for? I'll get some slippers for Lin Yi bro. Ziyu thought of something. Wasn't Chin-shi holding her chest? Then I won't let you cover it. He, thank me, right? Aw. Okay. Chin-shi quickly took the 3 bags from Lin Yi's hands, but with one hand, the other still covering her chest. This made Lin Yi curious. What was Chin-shi doing? But Chin-shi was a girl, after all, and she didn't have that much strength. How could she lift 3 bags with one hand? Chin-shi almost dropped the bags, scaring her so much that she didn't even bother covering her chest anymore. She reached out with her other hand to help. The movement was too big, and Chin-shi's tank top couldn't cover anything anymore. 2 white rabbits jumped into Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi felt a bit awkward and quickly looked away, wondering why Chin-shi was wearing so little. But Lin Yi couldn't really say anything. Ziyu wasn't wearing much, and this was a house where only 2 girls lived alone. It was normal for them to wear so little. Why would she wear so much at home? Thinking about how Shu used to wear nothing, Lin Yi could understand. Coughing twice, Lin Yi put on the one Ziyu gave him. Chin-shi, on the other hand, managed to keep the 3 bags from falling, but she felt a chill on her chest the next second. She realized that she'd exposed herself, and when she saw the awkward look on Lin Yi's face, her face flushed red. This time, She couldn't care less about Ziyu's plan anymore. She put down the 3 bags and rushed into the bedroom. I'll go put on some clothes. Ziyu heard that and felt helpless. She stomped her foot in disappointment, thinking that she didn't know how to cherish her. She'd finally created a chance for her, and she threw it away. Seriously? Haha, it's warmer at home, and we don't usually wear much. Ziyu had no choice but to explain to Lin Yi, bro, sit. Okay. Lin Yi felt a little awkward as well. He looked at Ziyu and realized that she wasn't wearing a bra either. It wasn't as obvious as Shi's, but it was still a little visible, and it made Lin Yi's mouth go dry. It was only now that Lin Yi remembered that Ziyu wasn't a little girl anymore. From the things he found in her drawer, and looking at her body today, Lin Yi suddenly realized that she was a high school girl. He treated her like a kid, but Ziyu and Shi definitely weren't kids anymore. It seemed that he'd have to change the way he talked to them from now onwards. He couldn't always be like a parent, or it'd make the 2 girls a little rebellious. Ziyu noticed Lin Yi's gaze as well. She was pleasantly surprised. Was he finally paying attention to her? What do you think? I'm pretty good, right? Ahem, Ziyu, don't wear so little when I'm here next time. You guys aren't little anymore, Lin Yi coughed, breaking the awkwardness. Ziyu was about to puff her chest out and say, not little anymore, but the words came out of her mouth and she started sweating. Ziyu quickly calmed down. If she were to seduce Lin Yi here, not only would she be letting down Shi in the house, but even Lin Yi would be pissed, wouldn't he? Maybe Lin Yi would beat her up and give her a bamboo shoot stir-fried meat. Ziyu thought back to how Lin Yi spanked her on the butt, and she was still a little scared. She'd been too careless. Ziyu stopped herself in time. She hadn't completely changed the little sister image in Lin Yi's heart yet, so she couldn't do anything inappropriate. But what Lin Yi said today was a good thing. She finally realized that she and Shi weren't little girls anymore. Ha! Ziyu didn't want Lin Yi to see through her thoughts, so she quickly changed the topic. Lin Yi bro, any news of my brother recently? Chapter 2567. Not yet. Ziyu was a little disappointed. Then. Will it be dangerous? I don't think so. You know how strong I am, your brother's no weaker than me. Plus, he has so many teammates with him, it'll be fine. Lin Yi said. Is that so? Ziyu was confused. She remembered someone telling her that the mission was over, and her brother stayed there for a long-term surveillance mission. Why would he have a teammate? And even if it was surveillance, he couldn't not contact his family, right? Of course. You know that you have to follow the rules when you're on a mission, and you can't contact your family. So, your brother will be back in a few years, and the mission will be complete. He'll be able to live the rest of his life with his pension. Lin Yi, naturally, didn't know that Ziyu had gotten a reply before. He was going with his own understanding. Yang Huijuan and Armadillo were on a mission together, so there had to be a lot of teammates. Oh. Ziyu was suspicious, but she didn't ask anymore. Her brother's job was dangerous in the first place, and some things couldn't be avoided. She was coming out soon, and it wasn't good for her to ask about things that would affect the mood and atmosphere. Don't worry, Ziyu. Your brother should be contacting our people soon. I'll tell you the latest news then. Lin Yi's heart hurt a little. He could basically confirm that Armadillo had been modified into a cyborg, but he didn't know how to tell Ziyu about it. Okay. Ziyu nodded. She pushed the door open and walked out. She was wearing a loose set of pajamas, covering her small body completely. Ziyu didn't know what to say. If you're changing clothes, you should change into something more sexy, right? Why did you need a big bag? Little Shi, if studying is too tiring, then don't go scavenge. I just talked to your grandpa Zhu, and I helped him find a decent job with a high salary so he doesn't have to scavenge anymore. When the time comes, he can give you some of the money he makes. Lin Yi's words not only explained why he wanted to talk to Boss Zhu downstairs, but also solved the problem of Qin Shi's lack of sleep. Ah. Qin Shi blushed, a little shy. She didn't expect Lin Yi to care about her so much. In order to let her study well and not miss her rest time, he specially arranged a job for Grandpa Zhu. In Qin Shi's eyes, Grandpa Zhu was just an old man who picked up scraps. What kind of respectable job would hire him? What could he do? Lin Yi arranged a job for him, and a high salary at that. It must be to supplement his income. Thinking of this, Qin Shi was very grateful, but also a little worried. Arranging work for Grandpa Zhu, will it be troublesome? Hee, it's not troublesome. Lin Yi smiled and said, actually, Grandpa Zhu is quite good at running errands. Ziyu covered her mouth and giggled. Evidently, Qin Shi didn't know how good Boss Zhu was. Ziyu was shocked when she saw Boss Zhu teach Chen Bawang a lesson, but after knowing Boss Zhu's identity and that he was a master as well, and Lin Yi's follower, she wasn't too surprised anymore. Then, I'll thank Lin Yi bro on behalf of Grandpa Zhu. Qin Shi knew that Lin Yi had already arranged everything, so she could only thank him. Alright, I'll be going first. You guys rest well at home and sleep early. If you run into any trouble in the future, just find Grandpa Zhu or Zhou Ruoming, Lin Yi said, getting ready to leave. Lin Yi bro, you're leaving already. Ziyu didn't want him to leave. Lin Yi only visited once in a while. It's getting late, I'll treat you guys to a meal another day. It's almost final exams, right? I'll reward you guys if you get good grades. Lin Yi said. How good can it be? Lil, she's already first in the cohort now, so there shouldn't be any accidents during the exams. I'm a bit lacking, but I'll be able to get into the top 10. Ziyu couldn't believe that she would be able to study properly one day, getting into the top 10 in a school like Songshan's first. Yeah, just maintain this level. Lin Yi nodded. Lin Yi left their house with Ziyu and Qin Shi sending him off. What he didn't expect was that his car was blocked by a BMW below Qin Shi's house. Lin Yi was a bit annoyed at first, but when he saw who it was, he was overjoyed. It was Zhou Tiandi and Zhou Ruoming. Hayashi Lin. Tiandi saw Lin Yi coming downstairs and rushed out of the car. He'd received a clear signal from the hidden house Zhuang, and they were ready to help him take over some of Zihua's businesses in Songshan, officially becoming the representative of the hidden house Zhuang. At first, Tiandi was a bit confused. He couldn't believe that he'd be hit by such a huge pie. The hidden house Zhuang was a powerful existence, and didn't they have Qin Bawang as their representative in the city? Why were they suddenly invading Songshan? Plus, wasn't Songshan the territory of the hidden house Zhuang's representative, Zihua? What would Zihua do now that they were here? But the hidden house Zhuang's next sentence put Tiandi at ease. Zhuang Niaoqiang clearly told him that the hidden house Zhuang was working for Lin Yi now, and so Tiandi was pumped up as he asked for Boss Zhu's number and learned where Lin Yi was. He quickly brought Zhou Ruoming over to thank Lin Yi for coming. Why are you guys here? Lin Yi was a bit surprised. Why were these two here? It was normal for them to know Qin Shi's address, since they always protected Ziyu and Qin Shi in the dark. But how did they know he was here? Hayashi Lin, the hidden house Zhuang told me to be their representative. I got your news from Mr. Zhu, so I came over to thank you immediately. Tiandi said passionately. Chapter 2568. I understand. I'll take care of the nightclub and entertainment business. I won't do anything like that again. Tiandi treated Lin Yi's words like an imperial edict. Whatever Lin Yi told him to do, he'd do it. He quickly made his promise. And, that's good. Alright, I'm going back to Donghai now. You guys go do what you need to do. Lin Yi looked at Ruoming. Don't just mess around in school. Learn some knowledge, you'll be able to take over your father's business in the future. You can't be a fourth-year student your whole life, can you? Ugh. Okay, Hayashi Lin. Zhou Ruoming replied awkwardly. Lin Yi got in the car, and Tiandi and his son got in as well. The two cars left the neighborhood one after the other, heading in two different directions. At Qinshi and Yingziu's house, Qinshi covered her face with her hands, embarrassed as she sat on the sofa. Ziyu sis, did I embarrass myself today? Will Lin Yi bro think that I'm a casual girl? How could he? Ziyu looked at Qinshi's shy face and comforted her, this is our own home. Even if we don't wear anything, it's fine. Don't worry, big bro Lin Yi won't think too much about it. Ah, that's good. Qinshi breathed out in relief. It's not that I want to criticize you, but look at what you've done. I wanted to create a chance for you, but you went back to your room to change, leaving me alone in the living room with Lin Yi bro. Are you creating a chance for me or you? Ziyu asked. Ziyu sis, I'm sorry, I've let you down. Qinshi lowered her head weakly. Forget it. Ziyu looked at that guilty look on Qinshi's face, feeling a little guilty as well. She was helping Xiaoxi get Lin Yi, and now she was thinking about doing something with Lin Yi. Did that count as letting Xiaoxi down? I'll definitely work harder next time. Qinshi saw that Ziyu's face wasn't quite right, and thought that Ziyu was angry at her for not working hard enough. Alright, let's see what Lin Yi bro got us. Ziyu didn't want to talk about this anymore. She didn't want to spill the beans. Qinshi remembered that she put aside the gift that Lin Yi brought, so the two of them ran over to see the gift that Lin Yi brought for them. Why were they papayas and milk? This is breast enhancement food. Ziyu was a bit surprised to see the papaya and milk in the bag. Isn't this a little intimate? Is big brother Lin Yi hinting at something? How is this possible? Sis Ziyu, aren't you thinking too much? Aren't there other things? These are grapes. Qinshi blushed as she opened the other bag and said, I bought them together, it shouldn't be what you think. Why not? Ziyu's eyes started looking at Qinshi's chest, a smile that wasn't a smile. I think these papaya and milk are for you. It seems like Lin Yi bro isn't neglecting you, he wants you to grow up. It can't be like that. Qinshi was a bit shy, but more than that, she was pleasantly surprised. Did Lin Yi bro really think that way? Was he really hinting at her? But did he think that her chest was too small and liked girls with big breasts? Look, these are grapes. This confirms my guess even more. Ziyu pointed at the bag of grapes. Usually, in novels, there'd be some obscure descriptions, like eating grapes or something. It's the grape on a girl's chest, so this hint is so obvious. I don't believe that the person who bought these didn't have any ulterior motives. Then. Qinshi was starting to believe Ziyu's words. Look, these grapes are so small. Lin Yi bro must be hinting that your little white rabbit is too small, and that you should eat some papaya and milk to nourish yourself. Ziyu analyzed. I see. Qinshi blushed a bit shyly, then. I'll eat them later, okay, let's eat them together. Ziyu nodded. Ziyu sis, you're a big girl already, aren't you? Qinshi looked at Ziyu curiously. What do you know? Lin Yi bro has a milk cow sis, I'm still far from that. Ziyu said casually. But. I'm the one who's better than him. What's the point of you surpassing him? Qinshi was even more confused. Ziyu felt that this was bad. Why was she always so careless with her mouth? She accidentally said the truth again and quickly explained, I'm giving you a goal, aren't I? With me as a role model to push you to catch up, you'll have motivation. Where would you get motivation without comparison? I'm sacrificing myself for you. Ah, see you sis, you're so great. The pure chin, she said, touched. Ha. It's all right. Ziyu said, a bit ashamed. East sect. In the East sect, Pinliang and Xiaofu were carefully kneeling in front of the pure young master, while Naipeo was kneeling behind the master. What? You're saying that Lin Yi's already a sky class? That fast? Pure Yang Sky Venerate was in disbelief after hearing Pinliang's story. How was that possible? What kind of insane speed was Lin Yi leveling up? He wasn't practicing some demonic arts, so how could he just jump up so many levels? He had been at the peak of mid-earth rank before, but he skipped 2 ranks in one go and directly went to the heaven rank. Did he eat a bunch of chi gathering pills? That didn't seem realistic. It's not just Lin Yi, Xiao Qibing has become a sky class as well. With that, Pinliang told them about how he met Xiao Qibing and got beaten up. Chapter 2569. This was no longer as simple as being unrealistic, it was simply something that was impossible to happen. Liang bro, could it be that there's something wrong with your mid-tier golden cicada underwear? Naipeo asked calmly after some thought. My underwear. I also suspected that the golden cicada's underwear was malfunctioning, but I found Tiger Right and his men hiding in House U to check. My underwear isn't malfunctioning. Pinliang said. Oh. Take off your underwear, I'll check it. Pure Yang said, thinking that there might be something wrong with the underwear. Yes. Pinliang quickly took off his underwear and handed it to Pure Yang respectfully. Oh. This isn't mid-tier golden cicada underwear. Pure Yang looked at the golden cicada undergarment in his hands and his expression changed. Zhong Pingliang couldn't see it, but he could see the problem with one look. Not mid-tier golden cicada underwear. Pinliang paused and looked at Pure Yang suspiciously. Master, isn't this the mid-tier golden cicada underwear I wore before? Could it be that the underwear is automatically downgraded? It's not automatically downgraded, it's your underwear that was swapped. Pure Yang pointed at the underwear in his hand. This is a low-tier golden cicada underwear. It looks similar to the mid-tier one, but I can tell the difference. This low-tier golden cicada underwear can defend against attacks from masters below Earth class, but it's useless against masters above Earth class. You can defend against Right Coiling Tiger and his men, but you can't defend against Lin Yi and Xiao Qibing. That Xiao Qibing must have suddenly leveled up to Earth class. What? Someone swapped it. How is that possible? Pinliang was shocked. I've been wearing this underwear all this time, how could it have been swapped? Gah! Pinliang suddenly remembered something. He had never worn this underwear before, and that was when he went to Meng Yao and Yushu's room. He took a shower there, and didn't the underwear malfunction on the second day? Yushu. It must be her, this little devil, it must be her, she swapped my underwear. Pinliang finally understood why Yushu, who'd always been on the opposite side of him, was suddenly on his side. He'd been quite happy at first, but now it seemed like Yushu had set him up on purpose to trade his mid-level golden cicada underwear. Pinliang recalled Mingyao's sudden cold, the tub of dirty water in front of their dorm, and Mingyao's sudden concern. He understood that he'd been tricked again. These 2 girls were still on Lin Yi's side, secretly swapping his mid-level golden cicada underwear for Lin Yi. Brother Liang, shall we go back and settle the score with her? Gao Xiaofu was infuriated when he heard that. In fact, he had said that to absolve Zhong Pingliang and avoid Heavenly Venerate Pure Yang's wrath. There's no need to be in such a hurry to settle the score. Heavenly Venerate Pure Yang waved his hand and threw the low-tier golden cicada underwear to the side. He said faintly, we'll definitely get it back, but if you go there like this, what else can you get out of it other than a beating? Pinliang and Xiaofu looked at each other, silent. That was right, going back to Lin Yi now for the mid-tier golden cicada underwear. Let's not talk about whether Lin Yi would admit it or not. Even if he did, he could still give it back to him. Master, since the underwear was swapped, it means that Lin Yi isn't a sky class. He must be an earth class. Let your disciple and Liang Bro go down the mountain and get it back, okay? Night Peo was still loyal to Pinliang. Heavenly Venerate Pure Yang frowned. He only took Pinliang in as a disciple because Night Peo was his beloved disciple. He didn't have any respect for Pinliang at all, and seeing that Night Peo was going to help Pinliang, he wasn't too happy. He said faintly, right now is an important time for you to complete the second stage of the chrysanthemum arts, don't get distracted by other things. Yes, Master. Night Peo quickly bowed and retreated. Thinking about it, he was indeed too impulsive, going after Lin Yi without completing the second stage. What if he wasn't a match for Lin Yi? Alright, Zhong Pingliang, don't blame yourself too much. It's just a mid-tier golden cicada underwear, you'll get it back sooner or later. Heavenly Venerate Pure Yang didn't really care much about underwear. It was gone, so be it. For the sake of his beloved disciple, Pure Yang waved his hand. You can leave for now, I'll think of a way for you to get it back yourself. Thank you, Master. Pinliang was overjoyed. To be honest, if he could get it back himself, he'd rather do it himself instead of letting Night Peo do it. He thought that Heavenly Venerate Pure Yang wanted him to get up from where he fell, but the truth was that he didn't want him to delay Night Peo's training. As for Pinliang, Pure Yang was getting annoyed. He was just a normal person, and if it weren't for the fact that Night Peo respected his boss, he would have sent him flying with a kick already. Fatty Lai had run into a troublesome matter the past few days, and it could be said to be a huge problem. Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company's reputation was rising, and they had recently expanded their factory, increasing their production capacity by quite a bit. Their products were already sold overseas, and the supply couldn't meet the demand. This time, Fatty Lai was going overseas to expand the market in a small country. Since Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company had a good reputation, all of their products were exempted from customs inspection. Fatty Lai was planning to adjust to the time difference after arriving in this small country before meeting the biggest medical company in the country, but an uninvited guest came knocking on his door not long after he arrived at the hotel. And beside this uninvited guest was the medicine merchant who invited Fatty Lai to this small country. Visiting late at night was a little weird, but Fatty Lai didn't think much about it. He thought that these two people couldn't wait to welcome him, so he invited them in warmly. Mr. Lai, let me introduce myself. My name is Military Counselor Zhuge, and my nickname is Military Counselor. Of course, you can also think of it as a bandit's nickname, the stranger who came into the room with the medicine merchant suddenly said. This situation surprised Fatty Lai. This person was obviously the host and guest. Chapter 2570. Judging from the expression on the pharmaceutical merchant's face, it seemed that everything was reasonable. He stood respectfully behind Zhuge Liang. Oh. Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhuge. Fatty Lai was a businessman who'd been through a lot. He felt it was strange, but he still greeted Zhuge politely. Fatty Lai's words, however, hinted at a question. It was the first time they'd met. What business do you have here? Mr. Lai, you must be very confused right now. Why am I here? Military Counselor Zhuge smiled and said, now, I can reveal the answer to your question. Oh. Please enlighten me, Mr. Zhuge. Fatty Lai frowned slightly. This strategist Zhuge didn't seem like he came with good intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so arrogantly. It seemed like there was a problem with this cooperation. Actually, I'm the one who wants to cooperate with Mr. Lai. This is our organization's representative in this small country. Strategist Zhuge smiled and said to Fatty Lai. Oh. So, Mr. Zhuge is the boss behind the scenes. Fatty Lie was shocked, but he pretended to be calm and asked, "Then, why did you want to cooperate with me, Mr. Zhuge? Is it to sell our company's drugs?" Drugs? Strategist Zhuge smiled faintly. "The profits from drugs aren't low, but we don't care about it. We want to cooperate with you, not to sell drugs, but to sell drugs." What? Fatty Lie was shocked. His face finally changed. "Mr. Zhuge, you're not joking, right? I'm a serious businessman. This joke isn't funny. Who's joking with you?" Military Counselor Zhuge's tone also changed from a smiling tiger to a domineering wolf. "To tell you the truth, you've already boarded our pirate ship. You have to do it whether you want to or not. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you." "You." Fatty Lie's face turned ugly. "It's illegal to sell drugs. I don't know if it's legal in this small country, but it's not allowed in my country. I won't cooperate with you." "Huh, you won't cooperate? You think I won't cooperate just because you said so?" Strategist Zhuge looked at Fatty Lie with a faint smile. "Could it be that you want to force us? We're all businessmen here, and we shouldn't interfere with each other's business. If we can't make a deal, then I'll have to call the police." Fatty Lie's tone turned very unpleasant. "Call the police?" "Sure, why don't you give it a try? I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already brought some drugs into this batch of drugs. You can try calling the police and see if you'll be implicated." Strategist Zhuge said fearlessly, "I know what you're thinking. You'll say that you don't know and that it was us who did it. It doesn't matter. As long as this matter is exposed, the reputation of your miracle Dr. Guan's medical company will be ruined. I'll even find someone to make your company look like a drug company. Your painkillers and other medicines are only effective because of drugs. You. Fatty Lie's face turned green with anger. Indeed, just as Strategist Zhuge said, even if this had nothing to do with him after the investigation, if these people were determined to mess with his company, they might start spreading rumors and smearing his company's name before the investigation was over. That would cause his company's reputation to plummet. It'd be like having mud in your pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it'd still be shit. What about me? Do you think that working with us is the best way out? Don't worry, we don't need you to do anything. What we want is the exemption right of your company for the export of drugs. As long as you let us have a share of the profits when you export and import drugs, you can sit on the ground and collect money. This is a win-win situation. Why not?" Strategist Zhuge started to describe the benefits of cooperation again after giving them a carrot. "Your headquarters is in the country." Fatty Lie calmed down and asked after some hesitation. It's a branch in the country. I'm the person in charge of the branch. I'm only in charge of the business around here. Of course, it's not impossible for Mr. Lie to expand the business. I'll help you," Strategist Zhuge said. "How much profit can we make in a year?" Fatty Lie thought for a while and asked. "If you cooperate with us fully, we can guarantee you at least 5 billion in profit." Strategist Zhuge smiled and said, "Take note, the unit is in USD. What? 5 billion USD? Even Fatty Lie's eyes widened in shock. No wonder the richest people in the world were the invisible drug dealers. It seemed like this saying was true. If he could get 5 billion USD as a company that shared the loot, how much could they make? Wasn't it an astronomical figure? Are you tempted?" Strategist Zhuge looked at Fatty Lie's expression and felt that his threats and promises were working. First, he scared Fatty Lie, then he promised huge profits. He didn't believe that Fatty Lie wouldn't be tempted. Phew. To be honest, I'm very tempted. Fatty Lie wasn't tempted. He was just shocked. But at this moment, he had to pretend to be interested and talk to Strategist Zhuge. Otherwise, after today, Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company would be infamous for being involved in drug trafficking. It would be a fatal blow to the company's reputation. Drugs were used to harm people. The contrast between the two would definitely cause the company's reputation to plummet. Personally. What do you mean? Strategist Zhuge was stunned. You should know that the company doesn't belong to me alone. I have some partners. So, I can't make the decision myself. Even if you threaten me, I can't make the decision now, Fatty Lai said. Fatty Lai said, of course, I'm personally leaning towards working with strategist Zhuge. After all, it's too fast to earn money. But I need to convince my partners first. Your partner? Oh, that's fine. Make a call and ask your partner to come here. I'll talk to him personally. Strategist Zhuge wasn't in a hurry. As long as Fatty Lai's side was settled, it would be half a success. Chapter 2571. Do whatever you want. Strategist Zhuge smiled faintly. But let me remind you, don't play any tricks with me. Don't even think about returning to China. There will be no evidence of you transporting drugs here. We recorded the whole process when we unloaded the goods, and your company's name is clearly on the container. Of course not. Fatty Lai did have such thoughts. He could deny what happened here if he returned to China, and the country was his territory. Strategist Zhuge was from the underworld, so he wasn't afraid of him. The big houses in the country were all his allies, and he could just ask House Lu to contact him or send Wu Qintian to threaten him with force. But he didn't expect strategist Zhuge to be so smart. He even recorded it, so he couldn't deny it. It's best if you can't. Strategist Zhuge smiled faintly and picked up a bronze ornament on the table. He crushed it, and the ornament turned into a bronze cake. He threw it on the ground. Don't treat me like a normal drug dealer. You'll die a horrible death if you do. A practitioner. Fatty Lai looked at strategist Zhuge in shock. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be a practitioner. It seems like you're quite knowledgeable. I don't need to say more. I hope you can contact me as soon as you return to China, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. Strategist Zhuge gave Fatty Lai a name card and threatened him. Okay, I understand. I actually hope to work with you, Mr. Zhuge. Fatty Lai took the name card and kept it. He knew that he couldn't just let it go like this. He still had to solve it after he returned to China, and he couldn't run away. Strategist Zhuge nodded and left with the medicine merchants. They wouldn't leave with Fatty Lai. They had their own ways to leave, and drug dealers wouldn't leave records easily. That night, Fatty Lai booked the earliest flight back to Songshan. Fatty Lai breathed a sigh of relief when he got out of the airport. Things were too sudden and strange. Fatty Lai realized that he was much more careless now. He wasn't as careful as he used to be. After Dr. Kang's medical group went bankrupt, Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company entered a period of rapid growth, causing Fatty Lai to gradually lose his vigilance. This incident reminded Fatty Lai to be more careful in the future. Originally, Fatty Lai wanted his business partner, the Liu family, to investigate strategist Zhuge's identity and warn the boss behind him so that he wouldn't have any ideas about Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company. Normally, common noble houses were a threat to mafias, but after knowing that Zhuge was a practitioner, Fatty Lai changed his mind. If the enemy was a practitioner, then they wouldn't be a small force. At the very least, they had the strength of the 5 small noble houses. So, Fatty Lai decided to call Wu Qintian to face Zhuge. Wu Qintian was the heir of a common noble house, and he was an Earth-class early-phase internal and external practitioner. He was very strong. One could say that Wu Qintian was almost on par with the hidden noble houses. So, Wu Qintian should be able to deal with strategist Zhuge. As for Lin Yi, Fatty Lai didn't want to trouble him. Lin Yi had entrusted the company to him. He couldn't ask Lin Yi to solve every problem, could he? He had to ask Lin Yi for help when there were things he couldn't do. For example, Dr. Kang's medical company's counterattack. However, Fatty Lai felt that Wu Qintian could deal with the mafias. There was no need for Lin Yi to do anything. He wanted to give Lin Yi as little trouble as possible. The first thing Fatty Lai did when he got back to Songshan was call Qintian, telling him what happened and asking for his help. Naturally, Qintian agreed without hesitation. He and Fatty Lai were both followers of Lin Yi, and Fatty Lai was in charge of Lin Yi's business. Now that the business was in trouble, Wu Qintian had to help. Fatty Lai felt much better after Wu Qintian came. He called strategist Zhuge and asked him to meet him at the headquarters of Dr. Kang's medical company to discuss the cooperation. Strategist Zhuge agreed without hesitation and told Fatty Lai that he would be there the next morning. The next morning, strategist Zhuge arrived at the headquarters of Dr. Kang's medical company on time. This time, he came with 2 people. However, the person beside him wasn't the medical businessman from before. It was another person who looked like a follower. Under the guidance of the company's security, strategist Zhuge and his follower were brought to the company's guest room. Strategist Zhuge was a little displeased that Fatty Lai didn't come out to greet him personally. At the same time, he had a feeling that something might happen in this cooperation. Could it be that Fatty Lai was just brushing him off before? Did he have a backup plan after returning to China? After entering the guest room, strategist Zhuge saw Fatty Lai sitting in the main seat. Beside him, there was a young man sitting with his legs crossed. He looked very powerful. Chairman Lai, what's the meaning of this? You're not going to cooperate with me anymore. Strategist Zhuge's face was very dark. Fatty Lai didn't stand up to greet him, which proved his guess. Strategist Zhuge, right? Fatty Lai didn't say anything. Wu Qintian stood up first and extended his hand to strategist Zhuge. I'm Wu Qintian, the young master of House Wu. With that, Wu Qintian started channeling his arts, and his Earth-class early phase strength was fully revealed. Ha! Strategist Zhuge laughed and extended his hand to shake Qintian's. He said calmly, I didn't expect Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company to be backed by a noble house. It's good that you know. It's important to know yourself. If strategist Zhuge wants to forcefully interfere with our company's business, then... Qintian said as he increased the strength of his hand. He was a physical practitioner, and with the support of spiritual practitioners, his strength was naturally much stronger than before. Earth-class early phase, a spiritual practitioner. No wonder he's so strong. He didn't expect that strategist Zhuge's face didn't change at all after being grabbed by Wu Qintian. He was still able to say Qintian's strength calmly. You. Qintian was slightly shocked. He couldn't see through Zhuge's strength. Haha, you're right. It's important to know yourself. You're just an Earth-class early phase, how dare you mess around in front of me? Strategist Zhuge moved slightly and shook off Qintian's hand. He slapped Qintian's chest. Bam! Chapter 2572. Pfft. Qintian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he fell to the ground. He wasn't dead, but his meridians were all broken, and his organs were all dislocated. He was now a cripple. After a while, Qintian said in shock, Sky-class early phase, for the sake of noble House Wu, I'll spare your life. Strategist Zhuge smiled coldly and turned to Fatty Lai, who was also sweating profusely. Boss Lai, is this your business partner, or did you hire him to help you? Can we continue talking about the cooperation? Qintian took a deep breath and closed his eyes, starting to meditate. He didn't want to talk too much at a time like this. Staying alive was the most important thing. He was too careless today. He didn't expect a drug dealer to be a Sky-class early phase master. Qintian wasn't worried, however. This wasn't the first time he became a cripple. He knew that as long as he had a boss like Lin Yi, he would be able to recover his strength in a matter of minutes. But what about Fatty Lai? How could he get Lin Yi to help? I didn't expect strategist Zhuge to be a sky-class early phase master. My apologies, my apologies. Fatty Lai was even more shocked after hearing Qintian's strength. He smiled bitterly, then. Let's talk about cooperation. If I wasn't a sky-class early phase master but a mystic-class master, wouldn't I die here today? Strategist Zhuge said faintly. Ugh. That. Fatty Lai felt a little awkward. It's fine. In the world of practitioners, it's the law of the jungle. I'm used to it. Strategist Zhuge waved his hand. I'm stronger than you now, so you're mine. But since you don't want to cooperate, I'll make some changes to the terms of cooperation. I'll reduce your profits. That's fine. Fatty Lai smiled bitterly. Strategist Zhuge, if that's the case, I'll tell you the truth. I'm actually working for someone else. I have a boss behind me, and I can't make the decision myself. I'll have to ask my boss for help. Your boss behind you? Are you talking about the secular Wu family? Strategist Zhuge glanced at Qintian at the corner. Qintian's appearance reminded him of Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company's House Wu. No, Wu Qintian and I are working for the boss. Fatty Lai shook his head, denying strategist Zhuge's guess. Are you all workers? Strategist Zhuge squinted his eyes and a sharp light flashed through his eyes. He thought that Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company only had the backing of the Wu family in the secular world, but now it seemed that even the young master of the Wu family was working for the boss behind the scenes. That meant that the boss behind the scenes wasn't simple either. Thinking of this, he decided to find out the strength of the boss behind him before saying, all right, in that case, why don't you find the boss behind you? But don't tell me you're looking for outside help again. Sort of, but not really. If even my boss can't handle it, then he'll personally talk to strategist Zhuge about working together, Fatty Lai replied. Strategist Zhuge waved his hand and ordered, that's good. You can make the call now. Fatty Lai didn't say much and dialed Lin Yi's number. Lin Yi came back from Songshan very late last night, and he didn't talk to Han Jingjing when he got home. He didn't know about the conditions that Right Panhu gave him in exchange of information. He was about to talk to Han Jingjing in the car when his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Lin Yi was a little confused. Wasn't Fatty Lai overseas for business? Why was he calling at this time? Hello, Fatty Lai, what's up? Lin Yi picked up the phone. Boss, something happened at the medical company. Fatty Lai didn't hide it and told the whole story in front of strategist Zhuge. He only talked about the matter as it stood and didn't add any personal feelings. In the end, he also told him about Wu Qintian being injured. What? Wu Qintian was injured? Lin Yi was shocked after listening to Fatty Lai's story. However, he wasn't too worried about Wu Qintian. He was only shocked that this strategist Zhuge was a sky-class early phase master. What was more coincidental was that this strategist Zhuge was called strategist. Could it be the strategist Doffing Bro sent from the Red Conch HQ? Considering that he was also a drug dealer, it was very possible. Yes, boss. What do we do now? Fatty Lai asked. Wait for a while, I'll go over now. Lin Yi said. He decided to meet this strategist, but this strategist was a sky-class early phase master. It was risky for Lin Yi to go over, but he had no other choice. He couldn't really compromise and work with them, could he? So, even if it was risky, Lin Yi had to take it. Plus, if he did it right, he should be able to keep the danger to a minimum. Other than the Raging Fire 8 trigram palm, Lin Yi also had the net of heaven and earth. If he really couldn't do it, he would use the net of heaven and earth. Who cares if you're a sky class master or not, you won't be able to move. Then, he would use the Raging Fire 8 trigram palm to see if you'd survive. Of course, if you didn't die, he could use his ultimate technique, the Chi Bomb. No matter how strong you were, you'd still die. But from the start, Lin Yi didn't plan to use the Chi Bomb. In such a small room, it was a suicidal move. Especially since Wu Qintian was half dead and Fatty Lai wasn't a practitioner. It didn't matter if Lin Yi was injured, but it wouldn't be fun if Fatty Lai and Wu Qintian died. Yao Yao, something happened at Fatty Lai's company. I have to go back to Songshan to deal with it. Can you drive with everyone to school today? Lin Yi said. Okay. Meng Yao nodded. You really know how to make trouble. You just came back last night and went back this morning. If you knew this would happen, you should have stayed at your old villa for the night. Yeah, who knew that things would happen at the same time? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. With that, Lin Yi left the villa and drove the jeep back to Songshan. On the way, Lin Yi called Dafeng Bro, Mr. Lin. Dafeng Bro picked up quickly and said respectfully. Dafeng, let me ask you. Do you think the strategist sent by the headquarters is called Strategist Zhuge? Lin Yi asked. Chapter 2573. Oh, he's a master in the early stage of heaven class. Lin Yi ignored Dafeng's complaints and continued asking. Yes, he's a master in the early stage of heaven class. Dafeng nodded and said, Mr. Lin, why are you asking this all of a sudden? He came to my company, Lin Yi said. What? He went to your company? Dafeng was stunned and asked curiously, why did he go to Mr. Lin's company? It's like this. Lin Yi told Dafeng about strategist Zhuge's plan to frame Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company and force them to cooperate. Then. Mr. Lin means that you want me to deal with it. Dafeng knew Lin Yi's strength, so he didn't think that Lin Yi could kill strategist Zhuge. He thought that Lin Yi wanted him to deal with it, but he was also in a difficult position. You also know that although I'm the leader now, my words don't carry much weight. There's no need to deal with it. Lin Yi smiled and said, I just want to know if there will be any problems if strategist Zhuge dies. Problems? He can die. Dafeng was stunned and then said in surprise, if he dies, that would be great. I can take the opportunity to rise and take a breather. Okay, then you wait to collect his corpse. Lin Yi hung up the phone. They finally arrived at the Dr. Kang's medical company building. The security guard at the door was the same one from yesterday, but when he saw Lin Yi, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Mr. Lin, are you looking for Vice President Kang? Take me to the reception room. Lin Yi didn't talk nonsense with him and said directly. Okay, the security guard nodded quickly, took Lin Yi to the elevator, and pointed to the direction of the reception room for Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't hide his strength when he arrived at the door of the guest room. He started channeling the art of dragon mastery, revealing his Earth-class mid-phase peak to the fullest. This was to confuse them. Lin Yi pushed the door open and walked in. He could feel the tense atmosphere in the room. No one was talking, but Fatty Lai was sitting there with cold sweat on his forehead. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yi. He stood up. Boss, you're here. And here I was wondering how strong the person behind you was. But it's just an Earth-class mid-phase peak. Strategist Zhuge burst into laughter when he saw Lin Yi. Just now, an Earth-class early phase came to die, and now, another Earth-class mid-phase peak. Do you think you can pose any threat to me? In my eyes, even if you're Earth-class late-phase peak, you're still an Earth-class master. Oh, the seventh move of the Raging Flame 8 trigrams palm. A moment ago, Lin Yi was nodding his head in a very inferior manner, but the next moment, he attacked without any warning. Boom dash, a powerful martial technique was released in an instant, crashing onto strategist Zhuge's body. The martial technique had been activated before he could defend himself. It was equivalent to the 13th style of a normal martial technique. Strategist Juga was a Sky-class early phase peak master, let alone an Earth-class early phase peak master. He would definitely die under Lin Yi's attack without any defense. This time, the martial technique was even more powerful than the one that attacked Third Right. Third Right was crippled, and Strategist Juga died with his eyes wide open. He didn't even have time to say a word before he died. His whole body was smashed into meat paste, and all his bones were broken. It was as miserable as one could imagine. Ha! Lin Yi turned his head innocently and looked at Strategist Juga's follower, who was already stunned. At this moment, the follower's face was pale, and he couldn't stop trembling. He was just a golden class master, and he couldn't even stand a finger in front of Lin Yi. In his eyes, he had already regarded Lin Yi as a Sky-class early phase peak master, or even a Sky-class middle phase master. Although Lin Yi just showed the strength of a Earth-class middle phase peak master, the martial technique that Lin Yi activated was the 13th style of Sky-class martial technique, which could only be activated by a Sky-class early phase peak master or a Sky-class middle phase master. So, Lin Yi must have deliberately suppressed his strength, pretending to be weak. So, when Lin Yi looked at him, he was completely disheartened. "Senior, I'm just a follower. It has nothing to do with me. This is all Strategist Juga's idea." "Oh, then go back with his body. Tell the people behind you that when I have time, I will go to your headquarters and settle this account. How dare you touch my company? Do you want to die?" Lin Yi warned faintly. Naturally, he wouldn't kill this follower. He had to find someone to go back and pass the message, and he had to bring back Strategist Juga's body. At that time, with Strategist Juga's miserable corpse, it would be easier for Bro Doffing to take over the position, and the masters at the headquarters would also have to think twice. In this kind of place where there was a grudge, they shouldn't get themselves involved. The grudge was caused by Strategist Juga, and if Lin Yi wanted to settle it when he had the chance, wouldn't he be asking for trouble if he came at this time? He believed that no one would be willing to get involved in this mess, and Bro Doffing would naturally take over the position. "Yes, yes." The follower replied hurriedly, and was about to carry Strategist Juga's body away. "Wait, Fatty Lai, go find a suitcase for him. Carrying him out like this will scare the ordinary employees in the company." Lin Yi waved his hand to stop the follower and said, "Okay." Fatty Lai came back to his senses, and the way he looked at Lin Yi was more respectful. One move, and that arrogant Strategist Juga died. Wasn't he a little too strong? Although Chen Tian had long heard that Lin Yi could fight Sky Class, it was just a rumor. Today was the first time he saw it, and it was Lin Yi who killed a Sky Class with absolute superiority. What kind of concept was this? Chen Tian was very glad that his two bosses were both powerful men. Gooden could kill someone with Golden Shield, and Lin Yi could kill a Sky Class instantly. They weren't just normal powerful men. It seemed that his choice back then was correct. Fatty Lai quickly found a suitcase and gave it to the follower. The follower quietly put Strategist Juga's body into the suitcase, closed it, and looked at Lin Yi with respect, turned around, and left the guest room. This follower was also from the headquarters. He was originally a small fry in the headquarters, and it was an incomparably glorious thing to follow Strategist Juga to the national division. As long as he did it well, it was only a matter of time before he became successful. Chapter 2574. The leader of the branch, Big Brother Feng, had no right to speak at all. He was just a figurehead. At that time, the follower was very excited. If he did well, he might be able to get the position of the second-in-command in a few years. Since the first master was just an empty shell, he, the second-in-command, would be the first master and would be directly responsible to military counselor Juga. Of course, the wish was good, but the reality was cruel. He didn't even have a few good days before Advisor Zhuge was killed. He, the follower, would fall into the abyss. Although he couldn't stay in the branch anymore, he could go back to the headquarters. But if he went back to the headquarters, he would be a small fry for life. No one would dare to use him. They would think that he was unlucky. It was impossible for him to develop. It was better to just eat and wait for death. He was afraid of being used as a scapegoat. Everything would be over if he was used as a scapegoat. Although Red Conches was mysterious, it was still a large terrorist drug trafficking organization. Who wouldn't get their shoes wet if they always stood by the river? The police would have something on him. Plus, there were some useless scapegoats in Red Conches. If this follower went back, he might become one of them. He was depressed. He didn't hate Lin Yi, but he hated Advisor Zhuge. He was a smart person. He knew that every debt had a debtor. If Advisor Zhuge didn't bully people and offend someone he shouldn't have, he wouldn't have died. Thinking about how Miracle Dr. Guan's medical company was doing so well in such a short period of time, how could it be without a strong backer? This Advisor Zhuge even called himself the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. He was the reincarnation of a pig. Even pigs were smarter than him. What an idiot. However, even though he was angry and sad, he still followed the rules and told Defeng about this. Although Advisor Zhuge was in charge of the branch and Defeng was just a figurehead, Defeng was actually the biggest boss. He wanted to tell Defeng not to tell Defeng. It was not impossible to report directly to the headquarters without telling Big Brother Feng, but now that strategist Zhuge was dead, he had no backing. If someone messed with him and said that he did not follow the rules, it would be equivalent to sending him to the 18th level of hell. Alright, he could only go out and take the blame. Brother Defeng, I'm Xiao Tongzi. The follower weakly dialed Brother Defeng's number. Brother Dafeng was also anxiously waiting for the news. He didn't know if Lin Yi could deal with military counselor Zhuge. Although Lin Yi was full of confidence, military counselor Zhuge was still a heaven rank expert. Oh. Little Tong, what's the matter? Big Brother Feng pretended to be calm, but he was extremely excited in his heart. In the past, it was absolutely impossible for Xiao Tongzi to call him. He had always been with military counselor Zhuge. How could he call Brother Dafeng? But this time, something must have happened. Big Brother Feng could only think of military counselor Zhuge. Only when military counselor Zhuge was in trouble would little Tongzi call him. Brother Dafeng, something happened. Military advisor Zhuge is dead. Xia Tongzi said with a sad face, he was beaten to death. Oh. Who would be so daring? He actually dared to kill military counselor Zhuge. Big Brother Feng flew into a rage. Could it be that he wants to go against our Red Conch? No, military counselor Zhuge asked for it. If he listened to Brother Dafeng and developed steadily, would he die? Xia Tongzi gritted his teeth and made a final gamble. If Big Brother Feng heard his praise and could keep him by his side, then Xia Tongzi might be able to get some errands to do. Otherwise, he would be finished when he returned to the headquarters. Oh. Why do you say that? Big Brother Feng asked calmly. Xia Tongzi wasn't stupid. When he heard Big Brother Feng's question, he immediately understood that Big Brother Feng didn't mind him continuing, so he quickly said, in my opinion, although military counselor Zhuge came from the headquarters, he didn't understand the forces in the country at all. He wanted to be in the limelight and was overjoyed. What happened in the end? This time, he provoked a force that he couldn't afford to provoke. What could he do even if he was a heaven rank expert? That was an instant kill, killing him in one move. His bones and meridians were all broken. Isn't he courting death? What? Instant kill. Big Brother Feng was stunned. Although he felt that Lin Yi must have some confidence in killing military counselor Zhuge, the process shouldn't be simple. It should be extremely difficult, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to be able to kill military counselor Zhuge in one move. What level was Lin Yi now? Yes, instant kill. Xiaotongzi naturally didn't know that Big Brother Feng knew Lin Yi. He continued, originally, Lai Changyi's company found an Earth rank expert from the Wu family to make peace. However, military counselor Zhuge didn't give them face and crippled him. Now, he provoked the boss behind the Wu family's young master, and he killed him in one move. Who is the boss behind him? How is he so powerful? Big Brother Feng asked quickly. I don't know his name, but he's very young, in his early 20s. He's a little thin and doesn't look like a ruthless person. He's like a student, but when he makes a move, it's really ruthless. Xiaotongzi was scared when he thought about it. Big Brother Feng took a deep breath. He could finally confirm that it was Lin Yi who did it, but why was Lin Yi so powerful? However, the more powerful Lin Yi was, the happier Big Brother Feng was. It proved that he didn't follow the wrong person. He's so powerful. If military counselor Zhuge provoked such a ruthless person, it would be strange if he didn't die. Big Brother Feng said faintly, this is the birthplace of ancient martial arts. It's different from foreign countries. There are many hidden masters here. If you don't provoke them, you might not see anything. But if you provoke them, trouble will come. Yes, I think so too. Sighed, but my words don't carry much weight. Plus, I followed military counselor Zhuge from the headquarters. Although I wanted to persuade him, military counselor Zhuge didn't listen to me. It's not good for me to secretly report to Big Brother Feng. I didn't expect military counselor Zhuge to lose his life. Big Brother Feng, I'm sorry, please punish me. Xiaotongzi said. It's good to know your mistakes and correct them. You can be considered a smart person. Come back immediately. Let's discuss what to do about this matter. Big Brother Feng also saw that Xiaotongzi wasn't stupid. He also needed such a person by his side, so he simply took him in. Xiaotongzi was a person without any foundation. If he didn't follow Big Brother Feng, he would die if he returned to the headquarters. Chapter 2575. Lin Yi had used the 7th form of the fiery 8 trigrams palm, and his qi was pretty depleted. After Tongzi left, Lin Yi turned to Fatty Lai. Fatty Lai, stand guard at the door and don't disturb me. I'm going to heal Wu Qintian. It wasn't that Lin Yi didn't trust Fatty Lai, but that his weakness was too fatal. He couldn't reveal it to anyone other than Xinyan. If the enemy found out, he'd be done for. Fatty Lai was his trusted follower, but the fewer people who knew, the better. Yes. Fatty Lai didn't suspect anything and quickly left the guest room. Lin Yi, on the other hand, sat cross-legged beside Qintian, channeled the 2nd stage of the art of dragon mastery, and started healing Qintian's wounds. However, Lin Yi didn't choose to heal Qintian all the time, stopping after a while to recover some qi before continuing. Qintian, naturally, didn't know what Lin Yi was doing. He thought that his wounds were too severe, and Lin Yi had to heal him in batches. The morning passed quickly, and at noon, Lin Yi and Qintian walked out of the room together, full of energy. Qintian's wounds were all healed, and Lin Yi had returned to his peak condition. Fatty Lai personally brought a chair and sat at the door, and Kong came as well. The two of them had a serious expression on their faces, like two door gods. Lin Yi laughed. You two don't have to be so serious, do you? Why not? You're healing Qintian, bro. We'd be sinners if we weren't careful and didn't heal him. Fatty Lai said. Boss, I've troubled you again. I wasted an entire morning, Qintian said, embarrassed. Qintian was a little embarrassed. He thought that his injuries were really serious this time, or with Lin Yi's healing speed, it wouldn't have taken this long. What he didn't know was that Lin Yi was healing himself as well. The two of them took turns, how could it not be slow? Chen Tian, what are you talking about? You got injured because of my company, how is that trouble? Lin Yi glared at him. But next time something like this happens, you should eat a little rejuvenation pill first. Do you know how severe your wounds are? That advisor Zhuge didn't want to kill you, or you'd be dead already. Hee, I was going to eat it, but I saw you coming, boss, so I didn't. Didn't I save a little rejuvenation pill? Chen Tian laughed. Lin Yi was speechless. The little rejuvenation pill wasn't something. But thinking about it, it was something precious to House Wu. Other than the one Lin Yi gave him, he didn't have any other way to buy it. I'll make some more. Take them with you. Fatty Lai, Kong, you guys take them too. If you're about to die, I'll be able to get there in time with the little rejuvenation pill, Lin Yi said. Thank you, boss. Chen Tian said gratefully. Lin Yi had to go back to class in the afternoon, so he didn't stay for long. After saying goodbye to Fatty Lai, Kong, and Chen Tian, he drove to Donghai Industry University. Yu Coiling Tiger came to school in high spirits, wanting to discuss the information exchange with Lin Yi. But when he arrived, he realized that Lin Yi didn't come to school again. This made him very depressed. Han Jingjing, do you know where Lin Yi went? Lin Yi wasn't back yet at noon. Yu Coiling Tiger couldn't wait any longer and went to ask Han Jingjing about Lin Yi's whereabouts. I don't know. Han Jingjing closed the tablet in front of her, not letting Yu Coiling Tiger see what was on it. Yu Coiling Tiger wanted to see what was on Han Jingjing's tablet, but Han Jingjing wouldn't let him see, so he couldn't just rob it. He didn't have the guts to rob Boss Bai's class. He'd probably get Boss Bai's expulsion notice right after he did it. What about the conditions we agreed on yesterday? Did you tell Lin Yi? Did Lin Yi agree? Yu Coiling Tiger asked. I don't know. I didn't see Lin Yi, bro. You can ask him when he comes, Han Jingjing said. So you're saying that Lin Yi didn't go back last night? Yu Coiling Tiger frowned. Did Lin Yi go somewhere far away? What should I do? I'm in a hurry. He came back, but he left in the morning. I didn't have time to tell him, Han Jingjing said. Oh, that's good. Yu Coiling Tiger breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to go back and continue to wait, but when he looked up, he saw Lin Yi walk into the classroom. Yu Coiling Tiger was overjoyed, and his face suddenly showed an excited smile. Student Lin Yi, you're back. Oh, why are you so excited to see me? I don't owe you money. Lin Yi knew what Yu Coiling Tiger was planning, but he still said it very calmly on the surface. Ugh. Well, it's like this, I want to trade for the information Boss Bai gave you. I told Han Jingjing about the conditions and whatnot yesterday. Han Jingjing, can you tell Lin Yi about it? Yu Coiling Tiger was afraid that Lin Yi would leave again later, so he didn't beat around the bush and directly expressed his intention. Oh. Jingjing's memory isn't very good. What if I say too much? Han Jingjing looked up innocently. Then I'll say it. Yu Coiling Tiger was a little speechless. It turned out that what he said yesterday was really in vain. Lin Yi, I've listed the conditions. I can give you a second-grade medicine cauldron, a set of casting materials for a third-grade medicine cauldron, and 5 sets of refining materials for third-grade elixirs. Oh. Lin Yi responded indifferently after listening. He didn't agree or disagree. Can you do it or not? Lin Yi, say something. Yu Coiling Tiger didn't know what Lin Yi meant. You're not sincere. Let's not talk anymore. We'll talk again when you're sincere, said Lin Yi. Don't, Lin Yi. How am I not sincere? Aren't the things I'm talking about good treasures? Is this not sincere? You coiling tiger said with some dissatisfaction. Other than a second-grade medicine cauldron, what else can be used? Casting materials for a third-grade medicine cauldron. Do you think I'm a blacksmith? As for the 5 sets of refining materials for third-grade elixirs, I don't have much use for them at the moment. I don't even have a medicine cauldron. What do I need materials for? Asked Lin Yi. Chapter 2576. I said what I want, but you don't have it. Lin Yi spread his hands and said helplessly, so if you are sincere in exchanging information with me, tell me what you have. I only have what I have before. You coiling tiger really couldn't say anything else. These were the things he could decide on. The other treasures were hidden in the Yu family. How could he take them out so easily? Oh, if that's the case, then don't talk about it. Lin Yi said. Don't. Look at the other conditions. As long as it's not a finished third-grade elixir or a third-grade medicine cauldron, you can ask for anything else. You coiling tiger was anxious and quickly stopped Lin Yi. I really don't need anything else. Aren't you forcing me to buy and sell? Lin Yi looked at you coiling tiger with some displeasure. I'm not forcing you to buy and sell. I just want you to bid. You coiling tiger said. How about this? Double your conditions, then it's a deal. Otherwise, forget it. Lin Yi said. Ah. Double? You coiling tiger was shocked. I'm at a loss even if I double it. The only useful things you can offer are 2 second-grade medicine cauldrons. What's the use of the other things in hiding in the Yu family? Lin Yi curled his lips. Then I'll ask Grandpa. You coiling tiger thought about it. The third-grade medicine cauldrons and third-grade elixir materials were hidden in the Yu family. His grandfather was just a second-grade alchemist. He couldn't refine third-grade elixir at all. What do you want for third-grade elixir materials? 3 recover pills, 3 ice heart jade bone pills, and 4 chi gathering pills. Lin Yi said. Ice heart jade bone pill. What's that? You coiling tiger was slightly stunned. He had heard of the recover pill and the chi gathering pill, but he had never heard of the ice heart jade bone pill. Although he was also an alchemist, there were many types of elixirs. Other than some commonly used elixirs, you coiling tiger naturally didn't know about the others. Especially the ice heart jade bone pill, which was a very targeted elixir, he had never come into contact with it. It was normal that he didn't know about it. Oh, I'll give you the recipe. You just have to go back and make it. Lin Yi said. The ice heart jade bone pill was actually only useful for people like Miss Rock Candy. It was not very useful for others, so it didn't matter if the recipe was leaked. Even if the Yu family got this recipe, they couldn't exchange it for money. All right. Right coiling tiger nodded and had Lin Yi write down the pill recipe. In fact, besides the 2 second-grade medicine cauldrons, the other things weren't too big of a problem in right coiling tiger's eyes. Although the materials for third-grade medicine cauldrons and third-grade pills were very precious, there were almost no people who could use them. The materials for third-grade pills were a bit better, but the materials for third-grade medicine cauldrons were basically useless. Even if the materials of third-grade elixirs were useful, only the Patriarch of the Heavenly Elixir sect could use them to refine elixirs, and how many times could the Patriarch of the Heavenly Elixir sect refine third-grade elixirs in a year? Naturally, there were more materials and fewer pills. Right coiling tiger took Lin Yi's recipe and left the classroom to ask for instructions. Meanwhile, Lin Yi sat in front of Han Jingjing and next to Wang Xinyan. Is everything done? Wang Xinyan waited for Lin Yi and right coiling tiger to finish talking before asking. Yes, it's fine. Lin Yi nodded. He had been busy since yesterday, and the things on hand had piled up. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to study the hidden Zhuang family's joint attack technique, but he ran out early in the morning and didn't have the time to look at the Zhuang family's technique. If the technique could really be used, then it wouldn't be a dream for Han Jingjing to refine a third-grade elixir. Wang Xinyan nodded and didn't say anything else. She read her book quietly, but her heart wasn't calm. She was getting closer to Lin Yi, and Zhao Long was aware of it. Zhao Long hadn't done anything drastic yet, and he seemed to have disappeared after the winter trip. But Wang Xinyan was worried that Zhao Long might be plotting something even bigger. Xinyan's mind was a mess, and she couldn't focus on her book. "I'll take a nap. I'm a little sleepy," Xinyan said, her head a mess. "Okay." Lin Yi noticed that Wang Xinyan had been sleeping a lot lately. She didn't used to take naps in the past, but now it was a common thing. Lin Yi found it strange, but Xinyan's body wasn't very healthy. Maybe it was because of this. After a while, Right Coiling Tiger walked into the classroom again. He was about to speak loudly when Lin Yi stopped him. "Xinyan's asleep. Keep your voice down if you want to trade, or get the hell out of here." Okay, Lin Yi, my grandpa agrees to your request. But I only have one second-grade cauldron left, and the higher-ups haven't given us the quota for this year. I can only give you one, and I'll give you an IOU for the other one. What do you think? Right Coiling Tiger asked. That won't do. What if you don't want to pay after making a copy? You give me the money, and I'll give you the goods, or there's no need to talk. Lin Yi said firmly. Then what do we do? We only have these things at home. Why are you so inflexible? Can't you be flexible? Why don't you ask Boss Bai to be a witness? Do you think I'll blackmail you? Right Coiling Tiger said helplessly. You still want to trade for the information from Boss Bai? Lin Yi asked back. This. Right Coiling Tiger thought about it and agreed. If Boss Bai was willing to give him the information, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of exchanging through Lin Yi. So he said, I want another cauldron. I'll give you something else as a substitute. How about it? Something else. Lin Yi really couldn't think of a substitute at the moment. He thought about it and said, then how about another set of materials for a third-grade cauldron? This. I don't have it for now. Right Coiling Tiger's face darkened. 2 sets are leftovers. Our family's extra materials for third-grade cauldron were all given to the Heavenly Elixir sect for research. If you want to get them back, you have to wait for a chance. Fuck, if you don't have it here, if you don't have it there, then what do you have? Lin Yi finally thought of one, but Right Coiling Tiger didn't have it yet. How about this, don't you want 10 sets of materials for third-grade elixirs? How about this, I'll give you 12 sets, 4 of each, how about it? Right Coiling Tiger saw that Lin Yi really didn't lack anything else, and what he wanted was materials for a third-grade cauldron, so he used the materials for other elixirs as a substitute.